Good evening, West Orange, and welcome to the Township Council meeting for October 16th, 2025. We are just a little behind schedule, but thank you for joining us this evening. As always, there is no public comment on Zoom, but if you join us here in council chambers at 66 Main Street, you'll be able to address the council during public comment. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, everybody, to our October 16th, 2025 meeting. At this point, I always defer to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Rudin?
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Council President Krokoviac?
Present. Thank you.
The order got mixed up because I was following the script from when she took over.
So we have a treat tonight in the conference agenda. We have a young entrepreneur who has basically lived in West Orange all his life, who has created a board game focused on spreading kindness in the world. I thought that was a great idea. I think we could always use a little bit more kindness. So I just want Mr. Kane, James Kane, to come up and just talk a little bit about his game, and hopefully the video will work. Mr. Kane, please come up.
You want video games? I think we'll ask in the video. Maybe we can try it at the end.
Okay, whatever you want.
But
I'm here to please.
all right.
Well, when I walked in, it was working.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can give it a whirl at the end
Okay.
or something.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Hey, good evening, West Orange. Let's go fishing. My name is James Kane. As Joe mentioned, I'm a longtime West Orange resident. I am the owner of a board game small business called Kane's Games, named after my last name. And I'm out with my very first game. It's called Fishing for Compliments, the game designed with kind in mind, all about spreading positivity. Oh, excellent. All about spreading positivity and making people feel great about themselves. So here to tell you a little bit about it tonight and see potential use cases within the town, and appreciate the time and attention this evening. So without further ado, I do have a video here that explains a little bit of the background of the game, but for technical reasons, I think we'll skip it for now, and I'll kind of go through some of the other points I have prepared today.
James. Yep, I'm sorry. It requires a transmitter
Oh.
and a receiver.
Okay.
And you should be.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Outside.
So here are some pictures of the game to kind of set the scene here. And I do have a physical copy if anyone wants to take a look in person. So what I'll do to set the stage and tell you a bit more of the background here is one, kind of tell you how the game came to be. Number two, a little bit about how the game works. And number three, how it could potentially be used within West Orange and beyond. So on the first point, how did we get here? Well, I would attribute how the origin of this game to two main sources. One source is I love board games, and the other source being my maternal grandmother. So on the first point, loving board games. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a picture of me, my dad, who's in the audience tonight. Dad, you can give him a shout. There we go. That's my dad. And my paternal grandfather playing games right here in West Orange 20 plus years ago. So I've loved games all my life. It's how I got closer to family growing up. It's how I met some of my closest friends in both high school and college, and how I've reconnected with a lot of folks in person post-COVID. So at every stage of my life, games have been very meaningful. On the right-hand side, you see a picture of me and my maternal grandfather, who passed about 10 years ago, but he was a huge source of inspiration for the game for two reasons. One, he was a chemist And so I was always fascinated by what he was doing in the lab. He came out with a number of patents around flavors and fragrances. I thought it was the coolest thing ever to go out and create something of your own. So that gave me the confidence to be able to do something like this. And he was also a very infectiously positive person. So for example, instead of signing off his emails with the words, thanks, sincerely, he would sign them off with the words, good thoughts. So no matter what was going on in life, he would always end his messages on a positive note. And that infectious, positive attitude that he had, I wanted to encapsulate in this game and also follow in his creative, inventive footsteps. So that is how we got to here over the last 2 years. So in 2023, I said, all right, let's do this. I love games so much. Let's actually make one. So this is on the left-hand side. You'll see here me play testing the game with very generous volunteers here in town to get a sense of, what the game dynamic should be. In 2024, you see in the middle there, that's me with a sample of the game I got middle of last year. So last year was all about the art, the legal, the manufacturing of the process. And now in 2025, for half the year, was dedicated to logistically being able to get this on Amazon and other platforms like my website, and to be able to be here in front of you and say that this is now available. So 2-year-long journey on my own, but have certainly had a village along the way. So that's the background. So now I'm thinking we can get a little bit into how the game actually works. So in essence, as one can imagine, because of the name of the game, it's a game all about giving and receiving compliments. So you play with a group of 4 to 10 people. Every iteration of the game, if it's your turn, you're the person receiving compliments from the other players. Everyone else is giving you compliments. And you go around until everyone has had a round in which they are the person receiving compliments. So everyone gets a fair shake at getting their fair share of compliments. So in practice, how does this work? So step 1, in terms of pictures you see at the top left, you roll a dice. That dice has 3 colors on it, purple, yellow, and red, and they correspond to the 3 categories of the game. There's a living, laughing, and loving category, each with their different flavors of compliment prompts themes. So for example, questions might be, what makes me a great friend to others? What zoo animal am I most like? Or if the mayor of my own town were to name a day after me, what would I be honored for? So it really runs the gamut of different ways you can say nice things about people. So once you choose one to be complimented about, this is the person receiving compliments, you read it aloud, and all the other players then write a compliment about you, and they do it on one of the fish cards that's part of the game here. So you can see here, they write with a little dry erase marker. When they're done, they put the card orange side up on the table. All the while, the person receiving compliments, they have a special card. It's called the Catch of the Day card. And on that card, you're trying to guess what people are going to say about you. So much like you're fishing for a compliment in real life, not only do you want someone to say something nice about you, but you often have something specific in mind that you're trying to eke out of the people you're trying to get compliments from. So that's step 2 there that you see at the top right. On the bottom left, then what happens is you actually try to fish the compliments into the box. That's one of the ways that you can score in the game if you're receiving compliments. So you take all the fish cards that you just got compliments on that are on the table, and you take a little fishing rod that's part of the game here, and you use the rod to fish as many fish as you can into the box in 30 seconds. So you get points for that. You also get points if you correctly guess what people are going to say about you. And at the very end of a round, you see at the bottom right there, you give out points to your favorite compliments. In this game, points are allocated via little heart tokens. So no matter who you are in a given round, if you're receiving compliments, you can score points. If you're giving compliments, you can score points. It's a high scoring affair where everyone can win in some way, shape, or form. So that's a bit about how the game works. These are some sample responses of some prompts that I was playing with folks a couple weeks ago. I'll leave that up for a couple moments so you can kind of glance over some of them, but that's to kind of give you a flavor of the types of compliments that you can get depending on what compliment bait prompts card you put out. So a lot of different ways, again, to be able to compliment or say something nice about somebody. So one thing I want to emphasize here in terms of usage is that while there was a child in the picture 2 slides ago, that this is a game for everyone because everyone, whether they're willing to admit it or not, likes a compliment. So in addition to children, the game could be played with those in college. So if you see on the left-hand side there, that is an article written in the UChicago Maroon. I went to University of Chicago. They wrote an article about a positive review of the game of college students playing. In the middle there, I played the game quite a bit with your adults in their 20s and 30s who have loved the game. So that's us playing Thanksgiving this past year. And then on the far right, you can also play with older adult crowd, really anybody here. So effectively, the age range of the game is ages 8 to 99. So appeals to a very wide audience. So in terms of potential use cases within the town, I think there are several, but this is just to name a few. So this slide is not exhaustive. So on the top left here, I think it could be great within West Orange Public Schools, especially as it relates to HIB type legislation, HIB being harassment, intimidation, and bullying. So from an anti-bullying perspective, I think this could be great. Also from perspectives of after school programming, student counseling, and even the faculty of my high school, they used it in their leadership retreat a couple months ago and they loved it. So not only students, but the faculty as well. If you see at the top right corner, it could also be used in the rec department, not only for traditional events like your typical board game night or icebreakers, but also themed events. So think coffee and compliments, cookies and compliments, cups, cones, and compliments if you want to throw in an ice cream theme. So a lot of different ways to be able to engage the town from a rec department standpoint. If you look at the bottom right, left there from the West Orange Library, could be used for game nights there. And then the bottom right, the mayor's wellness campaign there, I know that's something that's a lot of towns in New Jersey subscribe to. And traditionally thought of, at least what I can gauge from a physical activity standpoint, but I think also from a mental health standpoint, wellness standpoint in that regard, I think this game is a fantastic fit. So in closing, I'll give you kind of 3 reasons why I think that this would be a great sort of initiative to support. One is the versatility of the game, so can be played with a wide variety of age ranges, a wide variety of different departments within the town. And I've gotten a lot of different feedback from all sorts of different players and occupations of folks who have played the game. Also the connectivity to West Orange. So, if you look at our town symbolism, where invention lives, I think this would be a fantastic opportunity to be able to really showcase an invention from one of West Orange own. I've really kind of, like I've mentioned, I've lived here for basically my entire life. And I really took that inventive spirit and embraced it. And I think that'd be great to kind of showcase within town. And then lastly, of course, on the positivity front, I think also relating to town symbolism with the light bulb, this is something that could really make the town a brighter place in some regards. So call that a win, a win, a win here. So with that, thank you for your time and attention, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
So the first question that came to me, and then I'll call on everybody else, do you have to be truthful? I'm just imagining I'm playing the game and I'm not getting anything. I can't guess what people are going to say, and they don't know what to say. So
I'm sure you're selling yourself short, Joe, from the wonderful parenting that I hear you've been doing. But there is no, there's no checking of the compliment veracity, I will say. So, but yeah, I think everybody people are typically pleasantly surprised with the very thoughtful compliments that they get when they play. So
please go ahead.
So, James, I want to just say thank you. That was very enlightening, and I'm ready to say go for it at Shark Tank. Yeah, that should be your next stop. So I was waiting to say hello, sharks, when you started. But great presentation and giving everyone compliments. You really hit it right with the HIB with the schools, because that's been an issue for many years, especially with cyberbullying. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I look forward to seeing you on Shark Tank in the future.
Mayor.
So, yeah, so we had a fun game night at Benji's a few months ago. That's where I learned about this game. It really is fun to play. And it does make you have to think. I liked one of the compliments that was up there. It said, "You seem reliable." So it's kind of a compliment.
But there's a little room for.
That's something I would get.
Oh, that's the same batch, right? Not crazy. So, and you're right, this is where invention lives. So, and you proved yourself. And we do have a mayor's wellness campaign. I started that when I first got elected. So we can certainly take you up on that.
Duly noted. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Oh.
Yes.
Well,
Councilwoman.
this would be wonderful. My classroom, I'm a speech language pathologist.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
And kindness is our big, big initiative. You know, we start that off every morning and we get emails constantly. And I teach a lot of this. So this would be wonderful for my classroom. But what I liked about it was the adult version, playing with adults. I think it's very interesting to have to think about how people are going to perceive you. And I wonder what the accuracy is, right? You know, can people accurately kind of perceive the compliments that people would make of them, or are they totally, you know, off base? But I think that would be very interesting to play with adults as well.
A lot of variability on that point with the adults. It's tough. That's what separates the winners and the extra, whoever gets the extra hearts during the game is if you can guess, what people are going to say about you. But I will say too, if anyone's ever seen the show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? There's this trope on the show that the points don't matter. And very rarely when I'm playing with folks, people actually count up the hearts that they get at the end of the game, because I think people are not so concerned. The hearts are just kind of a construct to hold things together. People ultimately don't really care about the scoring. And on the kids' point, I will say, this has been played in schools and kids love it, especially the fishing component. They love, with the fishing rod. Yeah. In a fifth grade classroom, high school setting, all across the board. So,
Oh, I use that in kindergarten too.
yeah, a lot of potential
I
there.
can't wait to play with it.
Yeah.
So I don't want to get ahead of you, but are you thinking about a digital version, and how would the fishing rod work?
I think it'd be pretty tricky from a digital version standpoint. I think it's probably going to stay an in-person sort of game, perhaps forever. We shall see. I think I probably have my my time pretty occupied with, now that this launched in June. By the way, this is available on Amazon and my website. Gotta plug. Available on my website, canesgames.com, as well as Amazon. So I got my hands full with the marketing. I'm a one-person operation. I'm not, Hasbro, Mattel with kind of an army of folks out here promoting a game. Just an individual with a really great village, my dad included. Hence, he's out here in person supporting me tonight. So got my hands full in the time being, but maybe something I can contemplate more down the line if I do in fact have a team or another inventive idea or spin-off or something.
Sounds good. I know you have a video of about 2.5 minutes. I thought it was working when I came in before the meeting started. Do you want to give it a shot?
I guess we can give it a go.
Mr. Franklin?
Yeah, might as well give it a whirl.
The video is like a super shot of caffeine. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about as soon as you.
It was filmed in the morning after at least one cup of coffee, maybe more.
This day and I we're getting all vision for confidence, all about spreading positivity. How you play is you take a compliment card about like people write down compliments about you, and then you will in turn guess what people are going to say about you. Earn points 3 ways. You can fish the push cards, use the fish box, you get points for correctly guessing what people are going to say about you, and you give out points to your favorite compliments. I love fishing for compliments because it's a game all about the others. It's supposed to be fun, simple, wholesome, inclusive, family friendly. And I think it can be used in a variety of settings. Parents can use this game with their kids to teach them about the importance of kindness. I think teachers can use this with students to create that respectful classroom environment as conducive to learning. therapists can play this with some of their clients to remind people what makes them special and is that they have a tremendous amount of self-worth. At the risk of sounding like Dr. Seuss, you can play this here, you can play this anywhere. I say all this because I think it's true. That's part of the reason why I'm so excited about it. This all started via a January 2023 New Year's resolution to make something of my own. And this says stems in part from my grandfather. He taught me to be creative and inventive, but also he taught me the very essence of this game, to be kind, to be respectful, to be nice to others, since he would sign off his letters and emails, and there were some good thoughts. And so that has stuck with me forever, really. He's the sort of being, I hope that by making me, I could also have this impact on others. Set it with vision confidence to get hands of so many folks. Additional confidence on either GameSteams.com or Insta. It's all story, all of GameSteams on social media.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
Thank
very
you
much.
for the,
Best wishes.
thank you for the time.
Next on our conference agenda is a discussion about next year's council meeting dates. And I'm not sure we have much time to discuss it now, but everybody has this. I want to compliment Madam Clerk for thinking ahead to get us on the schedule for next year. I'm not sure we're ready to take a look at it now, but perhaps for the October 28th meeting, we can come back and figure out the times. Sound like a plan?
Yeah, I'm not ready to
Yeah,
do
yeah.
it tonight.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
good.
We have a little bit of
Good
time.
idea.
We have 3 minutes for council liaison announcements. Anybody?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
You want to go? She raised her hand first.
Councilman Scarpa, are you ready?
Oh,
Or-
yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm ready. Planning board, everybody knows we've had a lot of important things going on at the planning board, not only the West Essex Highlands, continuing saga, but which you should tune into because it's very interesting and very important for our township. But we've also had our affordable housing plan put forth. And at the planning board, many of you probably know, the plan that was put forth was not met with enthusiasm by members of our town, our residents. They came out in full force and expressed a lot of their concerns. So it was tabled at the planning board. I and my council colleagues have gone back to the administration and made many recommendations. I hope they will put them forward. And on November 5th at 7:30, I believe it's going to be on Zoom only. There'll be no in-person. They will be revealing that to the planning board and we will be voting on it. So if you care about the way our town is being developed, I would like you to tune in and to pay attention. The seniors, of course, are always on the move, looking for opportunities to socialize. We are having a happy hour on this Tuesday, the 21st. If anyone would like to join us, please feel free to call me. You could get me at 973-665-4780, or you can email me here at the council. But the seniors are really looking forward to continuing with happy hours and our supper club, which we kind of got started. Our Older Adults Advisory Board meeting is on Monday, the 27th, and we invite any seniors who want to learn about what we're doing, about programs and issues for seniors in town to come. We have wonderful speakers. Thanks to Sheila Lefkowitz, our chair, who has done a wonderful job for no money, for completely free, has gotten us incredible speakers for every meeting. And this meeting, we will have Mayor McCartney. So we are all looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Kathleen. Oh,
Ready to speak.
Okay, so this month I met with the Rent Leveling Board. I am not a voting member because I am a council liaison, but it is a really incredible group of people who will be making decisions about communities that have issues that are renters. So on November 13th, we will be evaluating an application from Crestridge Apartments, which is seeking to double the rent, not double, but to vastly increase the rent for the tenants. And that will be an opportunity to hear both from the community and from the applicant who is looking to expand on that property a gym and other buildings that are going to incur an increase in rent for the community. So that's very important if you live in that community to come out on that date. As far as Councilwoman Scarpa's remark on the planning board, I would just like, since we have the mayor here tonight, I would like to just bring out my concern that the planning board meeting, which will determine the face of West Orange for the rest of our future, not be only on Zoom, but be in person and with a Zoom possibility. I think it's really important that our residents get to see these plans and that they are able to speak directly to the board and not be on a Zoom program. So I'd just like to bring that to your attention. And that's it for my council liaison remarks.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to echo that comment too. I know we can't control that because that is for the planning board. So if the mayor is able to ask them, and actually you're a rep, Councilwoman. But yeah, I think a meeting like that should too be in person because it's so important. Just going back, I just want to thank a few people this week. The West Orange Unico was out in full force to celebrate on front steps with the high school teaching staff for Italian Heritage Month. And what a very nice presentation it was the other evening. The program has flourished over 300 students, which was really impressive to see and hear that. So also last week at Downtown Alliance meeting, I want to thank a bunch of people. So first of all, we had Main Street USA come out to go over strategic planning and it's a process to obtain some more grant funding to build up our downtown. Over 600 people who took our survey online. I really appreciate that because that feedback and that data is instrumental in the process. And also want to thank everyone who came out to the focus groups. We had a bunch of focus groups last Wednesday. My colleagues came and the mayor, so really appreciate your caring about our downtown as we work together to move it forward, to build upon it. So thank you to everyone for participating. And we talk about our commissioners this evening. I just want to make a clarification. All our commissioners that serve on all our boards, and a shout out to our Public Relations Commission too, because working with the downtown on with the World Cup coming this summer. So there's a great opportunity, the World Cup coming next year. The chamber's working on some items, as well as our Public Relations Commission and our Downtown Alliance Commission with the mayor's office. And this is a great opportunity to help our small business owners here in the township, and some information will be forthcoming to my colleagues in regards to that. But our commissioners work, as Councilwoman just said, free of a charge. I think there was something on Facebook about one of our, commissions that they didn't get paid, or some article. Let's try to stay off his Facebook as much as possible. But all of these folks are volunteers in our township, and we really appreciate their time and their energy that they do spend on all these commissions, because none of them do get paid for it. So I just wanted to bring that up and thank them. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. We are a couple of minutes past our start time, so would like to move to our public meeting. And that means, again, we're deferring to Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Krokoviac?
Present.
Mayor McCartney?
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Top of the agenda is public comment. But before we get cranking on that, I just want to go over a few things, make sure we're all on the same page. I will call on you and give you a number or in line to come up and speak to the at the dais. I'm going to hold off on the rest of this explanation because I can see Mr. Fagan up here ready to go. He's starting to chew on the microphone, so.
No, I've ate.
So we've got a few people, and then when we get to the rest of the public, I'll come back to this. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say in my opening remarks that I would be excellent at that game. And for the reason why I'd always be able to predict what someone's going to say about me, but they're not always going to be compliments. But I would look forward to playing that game. So tonight, I want to start with that the grace period has been extended for the fourth quarter taxes, and the details about this are on our website. And the date will be announced. It hasn't been announced as of yet, but you can keep your eyes on the website and social media. But the the grace period has been extended. Also, there's election information you may have heard. We have an election coming up in the state of New Jersey. We'll be here, I think, in 3 weeks or less. I believe the deadline for voter registration has expired, but if you go to our website and follow this graphic, that there's some important information about the upcoming election. This Sunday, I believe, yes, the 19th, there's going to be a Ridgeway Park dedication in memory of Susan Borg. Some of you may remember Susan. For those of you that don't, she was a former West Orange Director of Planning and Development, I believe, for 26 years. Hopefully the weather will hold out, and Ridgeway Park after Sunday will be officially known as Susan Borg Park. At the end of the month, I believe this is the 24th, that will be on us before you know it. Karen Mango is doing an excellent job with the Police Community Service Unit, and she has organized this breast cancer awareness walk. It's also part of the Mayor Wellness Campaign. There are details on our website and social media. And also the community service vision of the police department under Karen Mango has also arranged this Halloween festival. And that's October 30th, 3:30 to 6 o'clock at the Timothy Grove substation. That's 92 Washington Street here in West Orange. Pumpkins, music, candy, and face painting. Now, there have been no bear sightings in West Orange of recently, but there have been bear sightings throughout the state. Most of the bear sightings in the state are in Morris, Warren, Sussex County, but all 21 counties have had bear sightings. And it's important to mention this because this is the season where the bears are looking to build their winter den. So you should be aware, and just a couple tips, really common sense. Make noise. Don't show the bear that you're scared. Avoid wearing headphones so you have situational awareness. Keep children close to you. Never approach or feed a bear. And keep your dog on a leash. And, I also should mention that this is the time of the year for deer. And deer are much more common in West Orange than bears, certainly. You just have to be aware. Dawn to dusk is the most dangerous time in terms of when the deer are on the move. Mercantile law, just a reminder, it's annually renewable each October 1st. That doesn't mean that the license expires on October 1st. It's a rolling renewal. There are details about this on our website. Also like to give some recognition to our West Orange Community Band. They have a concert coming up at Liberty Middle School Wednesday, October 29th, 7:30. They do a tremendous job. Come out and support them. Also, our senior services, there's a West Orange adult programming. There's a Division of Taxation Property Tax Relief filing event at the library on October 18th, Saturday, that from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This is especially helpful if you have to try to navigate the many forms that are for the Senior Freeze, Anchor, or Stay New Jersey. So come on out. This information is on our website and social media. And of course, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This is an important program in her shoes because it talks about the perspective from victims of domestic violence and how often they are fearful of coming forward. So this will add a new perspective to that and hopefully bring some much needed awareness in eliminating domestic violence. Ageism Awareness Day was this past October 9th, and our Department of Senior Services does a tremendous job in promoting, not just promoting events, but there was a collaboration between older adults and students from Roosevelt Middle School. And I think this is one of the most underestimated things that they do, is they just don't have events for senior services. They actually have programs that bridge the gap between the old and the young. And each group learns from one another. The younger group hopefully learns the wisdom of the older ones, and the older ones hopefully learn the energy and what it's like to be young again. And so they had this this huge poster where they put their handprints on it and put remarks on there, and that is currently on display outside of council chambers here if anyone wants to see that. So congratulations for another successful event, but these events are held periodically. If you saw Town Hall last night, you may have seen it decorated in purple and pink. And although pink represents Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it was specifically for the purpose of National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, which is each October 15th. This was recognized by Ronald Reagan, I believe, in 1988. And it's a very emotional time for many families who have experienced a loss such as this. So that's why Town Hall was decorated. Computer electronics, Mr. Puglisi will talk about this, so I'll skip through this and I'll save that for him. He's here in council chambers tonight and will be up shortly. We also had a last week there was police promotions and a fire swearing in, and there was several that made sergeant and several that made lieutenant, and I'm not going to go through the names. It's on our website. It's on our social media, but I do want to bring recognition to one particular individual. And I'm talking about Herbie, who is standing next to me here. He is now sergeant, and I'm going to address him in his native tongue for a moment, if I may. Herbie, eres mi hermano y soy muy orgulloso de ti, y por eso tengo un regalo de mi corazón para siempre.
Muchas gracias.
De nada, de nada. I just asked Herbie if I could borrow the police car this weekend and reminded him that my birthday is in September. So that's it, Council President. I have nothing else to add. At this point, I'd like to introduce my colleague who actually needs no introduction, Mr. Puglisi.
Joe is always a hard act to follow. Anthony Puglisi, Public Information Director for Essex County, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I'm just going to go through a list of some upcoming events, beginning with this Saturday, which Joe brought up, which was the Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day. That's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at our Public Works site in Cedar Grove. Basically, if anything runs on electricity and you want to get rid of it, you can bring it to that event. And also on the 18th is our first Strut Your Mutt Canine Dog Parade, which is in Branchbrook Park. That's at 10 a.m. Then the following weekend on October 25th, we have two dog parades. One in Brookdale Park in Bloomfield, Montclair, and that's at 9 a.m. And then the second one is in Grover Cleveland Park in Caldwell, Essex Fells. That starts at 1 p.m. If you're missing all this, it's all on the county website, which is essexcountynj.org. On November 1st and 2nd is our Riker Hill Art Park Artists Open House. That's both days. You'll be able to see artists working in their studios. They'll have items for sale as well. And then just around the corner, it'll be here before you know it. Just before Thanksgiving, we're going to start our Holiday Light Spectacular at Turtleback Zoo. Begins the weekend before Thanksgiving, and I'll have more information at the next meeting. And I just forgot, let's skip back a little bit to Halloween. On October 31st from 4 to 8 at Turtleback Zoo is our safe Halloween event. If you don't want to take your kids trick-or-treating throughout the streets, I know West Orange is very safe. But if you want to do your trick-or-treating in a contained environment, 4 to 8 p.m. at Turtleback Zoo. $3 admission if you are a Zoological Society member, and $5 admission if you're not. Plenty of candy on hand. Hopefully no dentists will show up, but I'm sure they'll be passing out their dental cards on the way out. Any questions? You know where to find me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi. Okay, where were we? Oh, yes, I'm going to, you raise your hand if you want to speak. I'll point to you, make sure we get 2 or 3 going. And once you're recognized in order, you can come to the podium here and try to keep your mouth as close to the microphone as possible so that everyone can hear you. Just want to let you know that under our ordinance, it requires the speaker to first state their name and address. You then have 5 minutes, and there are some restrictions on what you can and cannot say. The conduct of public comment speakers are required to shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule. Quote, any person who shall disturb the peace of the Township Council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall forthwith be barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by, a majority vote of the council. I'm a big First Amendment and Constitution guy, so I want everyone to have a chance to seek redress from their government and basically talk about whatever you want. I'm also a big fan of civility, and I think the lack of civility and manners contributes to our political conflict and inability to reach a middle ground. Council is a place to discuss our differences and often to find compromise to make West Orange an even better place to live. So I urge all of us to treat everyone as they would like to be treated. You can certainly make your point without cursing or insulting anyone. And I and the good sergeant will enforce this ordinance. So who would like to speak? I see one hand up there. You're number 1. Let's see. I see another hand in a, what is that, like a maroon sweater? Are you wearing with glasses? No, you're looking back. I'm looking at you. Is that a maroon sweater you're wearing? Okay, sorry. So please come up. Oh, you're a twosome? Okay, so just stay there. Wait, just stay there until they're finished, and then I'll recognize you, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Name and address, please.
Robert Hudson,
Thank you.
Gaston Street, West Orange. It is my honor to introduce to you a lifelong West Orange resident who has been in business here for 50 years or more. Recently, actually, let me go back. He has taken care of my family's cars for that long. And He's an expert in auto mechanics. But the reason we're here tonight is because of the issue of flooding in the Valley area, Lafayette Street, Joyce Street, Dean Street, that general area. Bob is going to give you the history of his attempts to get justice. And all of a sudden, things changed as of yesterday, when Joyce Rudin, Councilwoman, came to visit Bob and I, and took pictures and was in touch with the management of the town. And I will let you know what happened as a result, because it just broke about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So I introduced Bob Rourke.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bob Rourke. I live at 15 Longview Street in West Orange. A lot of you people don't know me, but you don't like me either, because I've written to the council. I've written nice letters and I've written nasty letters, and only 2 people have gotten back to me on my request. One of the letters said, if you're interested in helping, please call me. I got 2 calls. I said, if you're not interested in helping me, please write. Nobody wrote. So here I'm out there on a limb. I'm in the valley. My business is in Orange, and West Orange is across the street. And we've had massive floods down there, and I've been spitting in the wind. Joyce made something happen, and they're starting to clean the brook. But it's got to be a combined effort between Orange and West Orange and all the towns to clean it from the Mealy Estate to the Rollway River, wherever it's going. But at least it's a start, and thank God for her. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. I said enough? Your microphone. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Late this afternoon, I received a call from someone who rents part of Bob's business now, Fernando Castillo, another excellent auto mechanic, by the way. And he said, Bob, you won't believe it, but he sent me 2 photos. One photo, and you won't be able to see this, but it's because it's not well copied. But evidently, this afternoon, this showed up. A Caterpillar excavator, I guess, whatever it is, and a dump truck. And he said they cleaned almost the entire section where Joyce took enormous number of pictures yesterday, and it was practically cleaned out today. But Bob's been told for 40 years, we have to go through the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. We have to get permits from but nobody would go to Orange and say, let's collaborate and get this cleaned up for the people who live there. So this afternoon, despite management telling Ms. Rudin that they would have to get all kinds of permits, this truck shows up and cleans half of and Fernando said it took 1 man an hour and a half to do it. So then, after we visited with Bob, Joyce and I went to the Kingsley Street, Whittingham Place area. And what we found there was another tragedy as far as we're concerned. The first thing was we parked on Whittingham, and if you know 280 overpass there, from the end of the 280 overpass to the first house on Whittingham going west, there is a lot there that is just full of garbage and full of whatever. Now, we don't know who owns it, but it certainly didn't look like it was state property at that point. So then we walked across the street and went to Kingsley Street and saw the creek on Kingsley Street. And a very nice couple, we rang their doorbell and we asked them if they could give us some information about what they know about it. And they said, there used to be a man who lived next door to them across the creek. And
Time is up.
Mr. Hosen, please complete your discussion as quickly as possible, please.
They said that there was a man who either worked for the town or the county or the state who used to clean it up every 2 or 3 weeks, but he died. And I guess it hasn't been cleaned since or whatever. So they were very helpful. But it proves that when you go to government and government listens and acts, good things happen. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Bob Rourke, and thank you, Councilwoman Rudin.
Thank you.
That was my big debut.
Good job.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? We've got a second speaker. Please come up. I see a hand of the person sitting right next to him, and then the woman in the yellow sweater after him. After her. Sound good? Please go ahead. Name and address.
My name is Ezra McClendon. I live in 52 Quimby Place in West Orange. I want to thank the council for the opportunity to speak to you today. I represent an area below Rollinson in the valley. And I'm sure that this council has heard some complaints about the parking situations as well as Seton Hall Prep and some of the other residents that live within our community. My concern is not just on parking, but it's a quality of life issue for us, right? I've lived in Essex County for over 50 years, grew up in Montclair, lived in West Orange for over 20 years, have been a very staunch advocate for the township. And my concern is it just appears that we don't get the same equity within the valley that some of the other areas within West Orange get. On my street, every day, I have to fight with students parking over congested streets. No way for us to be able to police it. It's not when we call the police, sometimes they come, sometimes they don't. There's a number of issues that are present within the valley. I'm just going to quickly go through it. Over parking. I believe on Quimby Place and areas below Rollinson, we need to have permit parking. This is something that I'm sure has been advocated before, but for whatever reason, we haven't had an opportunity to see that to fruition. We also need to have regulation of enforcement for residential driveway access. I can show you a picture on my phone where I had to call the police this week for a student from Seton Hall Prep that was parked halfway in my driveway, right? I have two other children that live in my house. They're both aged to be able to drive. They have to go around that car, face the traffic that comes down that street, and potentially get into an accident. Now, we get into that accident, we can't go before the council and say, somebody hit my car. There's no recourse because someone else parked illegally in front of our property. There needs to be ordinances for that as well. The Seton Hall Prep people need to be able to use their parking deck.
Yes.
Right? There is a full-scale parking deck available for them to be able to use. They need to shuttle, that we need to have permits, and we need to be able to police that within our communities. We also need to have the enforcement of traffic violations. My neighbor here was just telling me about the multiple tickets that she's gotten just for parking in front of her own house. But when I have people that are parking within my community, on my streets, they don't get ticketed. I can call the police, sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. We need to have some level of enforcement within the communities as well. The other thing is one-way streets. I've heard that there's some type of survey or some type of study that's been done that's in favor of one-way streets within the valley. I've never received that communication. I haven't been a part of that study. I live in the valley, and a lot of times what happens is people take surveys or information, but they don't live in the area where they're going to try to implement these things. So it really becomes a crushing incident for the people that live in that environment because they didn't have a chance to speak out in favor or to give an alternative to what should be happening within the community. So I request for us to be able to meet with the company that is making these surveys so that they can get an equitable solution to the problem that they may be proposing within our community. I say this to the board, and I'm glad that the mayor is here as well, because I've suffered through this for quite a while. And I want to thank my two council people here as well for them reaching out to me from an email that I sent out. They've been very vocal in support of this as well. But this has been a long time coming, right? And in the same way that we have great communities throughout West Orange, it just seems like the valley becomes the stepchild of West Orange. And we really need to do something about that, right? So I'm imploring that this is not just me coming up and speaking and people hear me and then we just go about our day from this point on. I would love to see a concerted effort to really get into the valley, to look at some of the issues that we have over there, and at bare minimum, address some of the concerns that I have right now. That would be a great start to show that there is concern for people that live in that area, just for me to come up here for 5 minutes and just talk. All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in front of you, and I hope that we will be able to get some responses from that. Thank you.
Please.
Joy Burnett, 63 Pilat Place, Orange, New Jersey. Seems to be a running theme tonight for a lack of care and concern and representation for the Valley. I have been in contact with every member of this council. I have been standing here for years since the mayor was on council, since Mr. Krakowiak was on council before. My first time I reached out on this was on May of 2009, when I could not have parking in front. I could not leave my home, drop my child off from school to school and have a place to park when I returned home. Since then, the parking in front of my house has been taken away, 2 spots, because of no parking within 50 feet of a stop sign. I also have an issue of there is nowhere to park. The town has set us up to be ticketed frequently. Ticket, 6 tickets, 6 more, 6 more, 6 more, 6 more. I started here talking again about this back in 2023. These are tickets from 2024 and 2025, over $1,100 in tickets. Yes, $1,100 in tickets. At my house, across the street from me, I am on the corner. I can't park in front of my house. If I don't get up at 7 o'clock in the morning, I have 2 children that work overnight, so they park where they can when they come in. And then the Seton Hall kids are sitting out parking in front of our houses, waiting for residents to leave so they can take the spots. I get up every Thursday morning and sit in my daughter's car and try to get a spot because there's no parking on Rollison from 8 to 10. Glen, which is right across from my house, I can park on the street there overnight, but during the day, there is no parking on the left side of the street because it is permit parked. There is no parking on the right side of the street because you, the wonderful folks on the council, have set up ordinances that say there's no parking on school days from 8 to 4. Well, wonderfully enough, I'm a teacher in town. And I said, wow, on Rosh Hashanah, which would be a Thursday, there's no parking on Rollison from 8 to 10. And I had wrote you all about this, but none of you responded except for Joyce Rudin and Sue Scarpa. I was so upset that the mayor did not even reach out to me, not just as a resident, but I am also a teacher and a public servant in this town, and no one cared enough to even contact me and find out, like, how can I help you? So across the street from my home, I said, you know what? I can't park on Rollison from 8 to 10 because they're going to clean the street. The Seton Hall kids will beat me there in the morning. I cannot park on Pilat. So I will park on Glen because there is a sign that says no parking between 8 and 4 on school days. Well, I know there is no school on Rosh Hashanah because I have off. However, I park there, I come out at 10 o'clock and I have a ticket. I reach out to Chief Abbott and I am told that, Joy, you can't park there. I know that you have no school today and you work in West Orange, but that is based on Seton Hall parking, Joy. So you are not allowed to park there because the public parking ordinance is there for the Seton Hall schedule, which you have as a resident no access to. Yeah, makes no sense. So no one thought that they should contact me except for Joyce Rudin and Sue Scarpa, who seem to be the only representatives that seem to care about the folks in the Valley. It is unfair. It is inequitable. Over $1,100 of tickets. I have a child in college. This would have paid for a third of her housing this year. But I was sent these threatening notices that my license was going to be suspended because of my daughter's parking tickets and my parking tickets, that I had to pay this summer over $1,100 in parking tickets. And I come here. I've been coming here since 2009. And all I get is, oh, I think, Michelle, you say, oh, this is really a problem. but no one has done anything. And then to find out that, now there's this study that says we should have one-way parking, but no one has spoken to us. This was proposed, I found the email today, proposed back in May of 2014. But what they did was they had meetings at Hazel to actually talk to us about what we wanted to do, if we wanted one-way parking. But there has been, I heard there was some, not well publicized meeting a few weeks ago that many of us did not know about. I just want us to be included in what's happening. And I want you, Mayor McCartney, to help me. This is not okay. This is not fair. I pay taxes like everybody else, but I have a parking tax because you value the residents above Rollinson more than you all value the residents who are on the ABC streets. You do not value us. This man has talked about the issues at his business. We are struggling with this since 2009. I've lived in this town for over 20 years, and this is obscene that my family has to endure parking tickets, that I have to act like I am in the Bronx somewhere looking for parking every day. But Seton Hall children, by the way, park in front of my house every day. And some days I say to them, hey, there's no parking there. And you know what
Your
they say?
time is up.
That's okay. The police will not ticket me. So Mayor McCartney, I would really love for you to actually help me and the rest of the valley.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Mr. Rohr, could I please advise you that we do not allow people to be screaming out from the audience, okay? If you want to talk or scream, please go outside. Please come up. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I can see a hand in the front, please. You're next after her. And then there's a hand up behind her with a light blue sweater or shirt. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, Susan Lenchik, Eagle Rock Avenue. I am following up on the feasibility study conducted by Dynamic Traffic and presented to the Council and Administration in April of this year. Dynamic created comprehensive and detailed study covering the entire township. The report's recommendations, if implemented, in many ways would effectively address traffic flow and parking challenges experienced in many neighborhoods throughout West Orange. At a town council meeting a few months ago, some citizens spoke in favor of Dynamic's recommendations regarding the Park Drive loop and vicinity. Council members appeared to agree with the citizens. If this is so, thank you. However, it appears that the administration does not agree. In August, some members of the administration met to discuss Dynamic's recommendations for permit parking on the Park Drive loop and overnight parking on Ashwood Terrace. Not invited to the meeting and conspicuously absent were those who are most affected by the parking challenges in the area, the residents. The memo that followed the meeting essentially dismissed Dynamic's recommendations. The administration noted that there is no quote-unquote fair method to implement them. The words fair or fairly were used 3 times in this short memo. My questions are these. What is the administration's definition of fair? Could the administration provide specifics on why permits would not be fair and why overnight parking on Ashwood would not be fair? For whom would these be unfair? Is it fair that the tax-paying residents of the homes with no driveways have no place to park their cars? The administration appears to be washing its hands of a situation that in fact it helped to create. There are a number of one-family homes on the loop that have been converted to 2-family homes. This is likely true in other areas of the town as well. No additions were made to the homes. Simply an attic or a basement was converted into an apartment. Were those homes legally allowed to do that? Presumably, the township approved those conversions without requiring that parking be provided for the tenants. Essentially, the township actually contributed to creating the parking challenges. Therefore, it seems logical, and to use the administration's word, fair, that the township might take some responsibility toward alleviating those challenges. The administration keeps stressing the Bethany Church lot as the answer to the parking issues in the area, but it fails to acknowledge the limitations that have been pointed out multiple times by the citizens. The hours it is available are restricted, particularly on weekends, and they don't always coincide with the needs of those who work different shifts. As noted earlier, Dynamic produced an excellent report with excellent recommendations. Will the township simply dump it in a file cabinet, never to be reviewed again, or will they implement those recommendations? Dynamic has the expertise to help carry this out. This is what they do. When politicians run for office, they often say that they want to serve the needs of the community. Parking is a serious need in many areas of West Orange. Of the administration and the council, I ask this, that you please follow through by serving the citizens in the areas most in need. Develop a strategy for carrying out Dynamic's recommendations while listening to feedback from the residents, phased in over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to be speaking at public comment? Please raise your hand. Okay.
Feel more comfortable sitting down, I can give you a hand. Okay.
Let's just hold on till.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nina Boykin Jr. and I live at 53 Rollinson Street. And some of my neighbors may also not appreciate what I do have to say about parking on Rollinson Street. So first, I thank the council for listening to me and putting the stop signs at least by going down Rollinson Street, because this is a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. We live between elementary school and a high school. People come down Rollinson Street, flying down, and it's very dangerous to us that live there. My husband was hit by a car. A car totaled, Nissan Altima totaled my husband's Sequoia. He had to have spine surgery and was out of work for 2 years. Okay, so what happens on Rollinson Street, and for those folks that don't have a house that live on the hill, when you are riding down that hill, there are people that send their little children early in the morning to go to school. And they walk there. You're coming down the hill, you cannot see the children. Last year, I was trying to get out of my home to go to my doctor's appointment. Rushing late because I'm trying to get one of the Seton Hall prep students not to park right in front of my house where I couldn't get out the driveway. I had to call an Uber to take me to the hospital where I had heart surgery. Okay, so this is very, very important to us. No, Rollinson Street is not made to be a two-way street. People come flying down there. Someone will die. My husband almost died. And I almost died because of the kids. I went a couple of times to Seton Hall Prep and I said, where's the permits? You have parking. The kids don't want to park where they're supposed to. That's unfortunate for us residents that could possibly, I would not be able to live with myself if I mistakenly run over somebody because I can't see them because my ground, they're lower than the ground because of the way the structure is. Yes, the permit parking for the residents. We pay taxes. I've been here in this town for 26 years. We pay our taxes, we love our community, and we want to be checked, not fairly, because life isn't fair, equitably. Because we do pay to live here and we love our neighbors. And we want all of our neighbors and their children to be safe. Yes, as you said, they're restructuring a lot of these apartment buildings, more people, more problems. And that's what we're gonna do by not enforcing the laws and letting the residents have permit parking where they live and pay taxes. And, I'm sorry, or I could have made a decision another time. Think about what happened with Nikhil's mom. I'm an Eagle Scout mom. I remember my son used to teach him how to do things in the Boy Scouts. If I'm up here, like my daughter told you today when we came in, if I'm up here telling you and sharing my stories, how many people are silent with the same stories? They don't seem to, the other day, a couple of days ago, they parking in front of my house. The Seton Hall students throw the garbage outside. And I said, excuse me, we live here. I will pick up the garbage and follow you to your house and drive and throw the garbage on the floor. No, they don't take priority over us residents, us dedicated residents that love where we live. So please consider that when you're making your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Boykin. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I saw the red shirt. You can come next. And then I saw another hand over here. Right, after, yes, sorry. Green shirt, red shirt. There's somebody else that raised a hand and blue shirt. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, West Orange, members of the Town Council. My name is Jennifer Iorio. And as many of you know, I'm a candidate.
Your address,
town-
please. Address.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12 Bellevue Terrace.
Thank you.
I'm running for Town Council in the upcoming election of November 4th. I've been doing a little bit of canvassing and I have spoke with some of the small businesses. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of one of our local small businesses, Dogwood Dispensary, which has been proudly serving our community since March 1st, 2025. And speaking with both business owners and members of the community, I've learned that Dogwood has had a significant obstacle that impacts both their operations and their customers at Dogwood. Particularly provides critical products to many residents and with disabilities who rely on the services for medicinal use. Unfortunately, their current accessibility situation is deeply concerning. Many of these patrons of their business are wheelchair bound or have mobility limitations, and they're forced to enter the building through a back employee entrance. This means passing through storage and employee break areas to access the public space. This arrangement not only fails to meet with the requirements of the American Disability Act, but it also raises serious safety concerns. In the event of an emergency, these customers have only one narrow, non-ADA compliant entrance and exit, making it difficult to evacuate quickly and safely. It's worth noting that the building was originally a bank and it includes a pickup window, which would provide a safer, more dignified and accessible way for customers, particularly those with mobility challenges to obtain their products. Dogwood has been advocating for an amendment to a current ordinance that would allow them to utilize this existing pickup window. This is a common sense solution that would make their businesses more accessible, safer, and while also supporting the needs of some of our most vulnerable residents. I strongly urge the council to give this issue a serious consideration with the work with the Dogwood Dispensary to make it ADA compliance and accessibility a priority. Supporting local businesses should also mean supporting their customers, especially those with disabilities who deserve equal access, safety and respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Klein, Howell Drive. I'm here to talk about two totally different things. The first one, I know that a solution has been found, but I wanted to talk about that knitting club, the Woolies. I know it was an ongoing saga for a while. I wasn't able to get here to say that I'm disgusted that it ever got to that point. I don't understand why the community room in a building that shares the library was controlled by the director of the library. To me, even if someone in that group had done something horrendous in the library, collective punishment of the group, that was just incorrigible. They are a mixed group of women in, later in life. Some of them are ill. This is what gets them out, once a week. And, meeting in the Whole Foods, because they were closed off by the library director whose salary they pay with their taxes, that never should have happened. I hope that maybe we can find a way to give the seniors a senior center so that they can control their own destiny and places to meet. But until then, the community room should be open to them. And I hope that it is open to them. And I hope they turn around and say, no, thank you. And because we now have a senior center. The other issue is fair share housing. My my pet project. I am disappointed. It's not the council's fault, I know that, but we are open to builders remedy lawsuits and they're just coming down the pike, one after another. It's like if someone owns an acre or two, they just want to put a couple hundred units on it because now they can, using the cudgel of fair share housing, a couple units of it, they can build whatever they want. These are rentals. To come out and say, you're not in favor of fair share housing, you sound like you're not in favor of those who need it. That's not what I'm saying. I believe in fair share housing. I don't believe in doing it this way. Through builders remedy lawsuits, you are forcing a town to set aside its zoning ordinances, its environmental protections to build, these monstrosities that also don't help people get out of poverty because these are rentals. The best way to give people a leg up in the world is to give them an asset to pass on to their children. They can't do that with rentals. Developers make money in perpetuity while towns are destroyed. So if there's anything that comes before you that you can say no to, as we learned in the past, oftentimes developers don't seem to be very forthcoming or honest. Let's make sure we dig, really make sure we know what they're doing, what their plan is, before we even consider saying yes to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blue Shirt. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in public comment tonight? See a hand way in the back on the left. So you're after Mr. Blue Shirt. Mr. Panulo. Mr. Panulo. Mr. Panulo, you're wearing a blue shirt.
Don't do so well.
I don't see so well, so that's the chaos. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Panulo. I live in the 200-foot notice area of the West Essex Highlands project. I am the president of We Care, the objector at the planning board. A few quick items. The 21st meeting at the planning board in the application for West Essex Highlands is October 22nd. There will be another meeting October 29th. There have been no meeting minutes published since June 30th. There have been 6 meetings in the last 9 weeks. We need, if not minutes, transcripts. I know there are no minutes for whatever discretionary reasons of the chair, but the developer is producing transcripts at whatever pace. If the township wants to rely on the developer to produce transcripts, they should produce them on a timely basis. We will be at least 25 meetings. That will go on into, it looks like at this point, next year. I don't know when this comes to an end. That said, and I have a copy if anybody wants to print out from your website. Thank you for improving access to information. The November 5th meeting of the planning board will be to present the 4th round housing element fair share plan. If I heard correctly, and I don't hear so good, I think I heard that that will be by Zoom only, no comment. Is that a true statement? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
If that's a true statement, then why don't you just make a videotape and play it to the people because they can't make a comment. It doesn't make a difference. And the sooner you get rid of the builder's remedy liability here in town, the better. Nobody wants to hear about it. So be it. I don't understand why. That said, higher Gruhl, Susan Gruhl specifically is, sorry, I'm trying to see that clock. Higher Gruhl is the 4th round housing element fair share planner. We have provided to your planner for the 4th round 2 tranches of information that support what I have explained here multiple times before, that this site did not meet eligibility criteria under affordable housing governorship. It was not available, approvable, developable, or suitable. That was true in 2015. It was true in 2020, and it is true today. The difference is no one got notice or knew anything about this during during COVID in 2020. So we have taken every opportunity, and we will take yet another one before November 5th to make sure that your planner for a 4th round knows, in fact, why this site does not meet criteria now and didn't then. And it's included at the moment from the 3rd round to carry over to the 4th. There is absolutely no way this project gets built. There's 100 affordable units there. I know people think that's a crazy statement, but they thought it was more crazy 2 years ago. That's not going to happen. So that said, now your planner, 4th round, is now the planner at the planning board on this application. How that planner denies what now has been disclosed, in fact, at the planning board by selective denial, I have no idea. But when this plan is finally adopted and approved, you can count on We Care. If the Highlands is included in that plan, fourth round, you can count on We Care objecting through the other course of action, parallel path to the plan. Last point, at the last meeting, and it's somewhat related, our youngest member in We Care is a young girl who I've been working with now for the past 2.5 years, and she's been very active. At the last meeting, I came to find out that this girl was assaulted in the West Orange High School. She has not attended school all year. There was a police report filed. I have copies of audio recordings legally obtained. This is a one-party state that people don't know were recorded, and other documentation that show that this school superintendent and people that should have a duty to care in loco parentis is a guideline, is a rule, is inviolate. This child was choked in this township. She is no longer in the school. She has not attended school this year. She today started her first day at Mount St. Dominic Academy. We Care, which stands for West Essex Citizens Against Rezoning Excess. In this case, care was exercised in the infinitive form, to care. We care. This young lady is a 4.3 student. This never should have happened. It's been ignored. Now that she's safe and out because she would not go to school here because she wasn't safe and her mother wouldn't let her go, and she lost her father last year. I don't understand the behavior. I don't get it. But the superintendent of schools and whoever else needs to be is going to get a call from us before they get a call from council. And I'd like to talk to anybody about that.
Your time is up.
Thank you. But just unconscionable behavior. And We Care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak tonight at public comment? Please raise your hand. Okay, now I see hand. You're next, and then is that a sideways hand in the way back? Okay, you're after the woman in the brown. Is everybody else accounted for? And then you, Ms. Bennett, please go ahead. Just start with your name and address, please.
James Jackson, 1 Ashley Road, West Orange, New Jersey. Again, my name is James Jackson. I'm the CEO and founder of Yurcana LLC. I'm here this evening on behalf of my company and our dedicated team who are all proud West Orange residents. As the renewal of our local license to operate cannabis cultivation businesses on tonight's agenda, I want to express how committed that we are to bringing this project to life, how committed we've been, not just from a capital standpoint. Our team has been working steadily towards operation with the goal of providing safe, high-quality products to our dispensaries here in West Orange. We sincerely appreciate the town's continued support in this first-of-its-kind project in our community. And we are proud to represent local entrepreneurship, innovation, and compliance in this growing industry. And again, I'm happy to make myself available as a resource for cannabis and cannabis operations or any questions that the council members may have. And again, we really thank you for the continued support.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Yes, please come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Goodman. I apologize for my lateness, but I had another meeting at MSU, so I'm rushing in.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your last name?
Goodman, like good man,
Okay.
Goodman.
And
First
your
name is
address, please.
Andrea, Andrea. So I know this is brief. I'm just gonna read what I have on the paper to kind of make it
I'm
short.
sorry, Ms. Goodman, can you just, your address as well?
123
Mhm.
Roosevelt Avenue, spell like the president, ROOSEVELT.
Thank you.
Avenue. It's block 172.02, lot 18.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I wrote this letter and I sent it out to the West Orange Council members requesting to withhold the release of performance bond, Arco Murray National Holdings, Inc., the developer of Trojan Storage, 955 Pleasant Valley Way, West Orange, New Jersey. Block 172.02, Block 8.01. I addressed this letter to Mr. Biondi, and it says, I'm a resident of 123 Roosevelt Avenue, whose property directly borders a recently developed Trojan storage facility. I am writing to formally request that the Township of West Orange not release or reduce the performance bond for this project at this time.
Ms. Goodman, I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting you. Could
Yes.
you please move closer to the microphone?
Yes.
So that everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Since the construction began, my property has suffered significant structural damage due to the steep slope and earth disturbance behind my home. These impacts include cracking and shifting of foundation and retaining walls, soil erosion and destabilization of the backyard slope, exposed pipes that are now above the ground, remaining tree roots above the ground, increased water runoff onto my property, influx of field rodents and brown insect infestation requiring ongoing pest control. These conditions were not present prior to the development and appear to be a direct result of the site grading and construction activities associated with the storage facility. I called Mr. Biondi's office to inform him of what was occurring on July 18th of 2023. He told me that he would speak to the engineer. Prior to this, neighbors and myself attended virtual zoning board meetings, sent in a full report stating the problems that could occur on building on a steep slope. Our requests were ignored. The damage has been done. Given these ongoing issues, the potential safety and environmental hazards, I urge the township to retain the full performance bond until 1, a comprehensive engineering and environmental review is conducted, and 2, all resulting damage and slope stability concerns are fully investigated and remediated. So my understanding is that this has been going on since the pandemic, and I attended the virtual sessions online during the pandemic. So I was not missing. I was in search of trying to find out what could my neighbors and myself do to resolve the problem before this facility had began to get built. We sent letters to the zoning board with documentation talking about the steep slope behind my home. We were not given satisfaction that there would not be a problem. Soon as the developers began to cut down the multiple trees in the backyard from my home, we already began to lose a lot of the soil from the ground, from the front of the home through the back of the home, which is making the property shift. I'm now having foundation, no cracks in my home. I don't have rodents normally in my home. I had to call a Viking inspection and having to put black traps outside my home and now inside my home because I'm getting field rodents in addition to brown bugs that I've never seen before. So in addition to, you walk outside in the backyard, on the side of the home, you can clearly see how the white large PVC piping is on the outside of the ground. In addition to where the stair step is in the backyard, again, under the swing set is another exposed pipe, clearly visible. You look on the right side of the property where the fencing is. I'm having someone now to repair the fence. The steps are, again, cracking and crooked, which they're trying to repair. So there's no way you can tell me that with all of that, all the trees missing and the ground shifting, that there's no property damage.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman. We're going to be discussing this later on in the meeting.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you responding to my email.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful.
Is there anyone else who'd like, I know we've got the fellow with half Yes, please. Is there anyone else who wants to speak tonight? Please raise your hand. And after Ms. Bennett.
Council President, please be advised that our audio output on Zoom is excellent, so there's no issues with the audio there. And closed caption is working in council chambers here. If anyone is having difficult hearing the speaker, it is visible on our screen here for closed caption.
Thank you. Please step up, name and address, and take it away, please.
Appreciate you. Ryan Eustace, 51 Pilar Place. I just want to reinforce a couple of complaints by some of my neighbors in the Valley area, specifically the Alphabet Streets. The Seton Hall prep parking issue, it's been an issue that my parents have dealt with. We've been here for about 20 years now. Sorry, we've been
No
here
problem.
for about
Sorry.
20 years now. I
want everybody to hear you.
That's fine. I actually work in the district. I try not to complain because, you know, they're kids, but they do have their own parking deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They do have their own specific place to park. We don't have, like, you know, there are times where we have to fight to find a parking on the street. It doesn't make sense to me. I like the idea of permit parking. I think it is fair because the streets above Rollinson have permit parking. My parents should not have to be fighting for a parking on the street that they pay taxes, you know, in a town that they pay taxes for. So yeah, that's really where I'm at. You know, I don't need that much time. I just wanted to reiterate.
Thank
So
you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Bennett. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak tonight? Could you raise your hand? I'm not seeing anybody. Okay.
Good evening, Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. I'd like to talk about, I didn't bring up the agenda, so I don't know which item number, but it's related to the budget being introduced or passed and the amendment. So I also would just like to state that in the time that it took for Mayor McCartney to post on social media, she could have answered some of the emails that people have sent to her. I know I have sent emails to the mayor that have gone unanswered. I heard multiple people in the audience discussing emails that they've sent to the mayor that have gone unanswered. But yet she has time to post 2 days ago. Very misleading misrepresentations of fact using a link to an outlet that everyone knows is misleading as well. Okay, so I'm just going to read into the record what I wrote in response and what I've shared with the council, but I just want to make sure that the public is aware as well. So as a Citizens Budget Advisory Board member, I know this post that you've posted is intentionally misleading in multiple ways. Number one, you submitted your proposed budget. So the mayor raised concerns about the financial jeopardy that the township would be in because the budget was late. And also posted a letter that was received stating that there would be fines if it was later than September 30th and being adopted. You submitted your proposed budget to the council and the Citizen Budget Advisory Board extremely late. According to the New Jersey League of Municipalities, it should be submitted in early January. You submitted on April 14th, 2025. Had you submitted a timely budget, it would have been across the finish line long before September 30th. In fact, for this not to happen again for 2026, your department head should be submitting the requests already to the CFO. Make sure you submit a timely budget in 2026. If your work on the budget for 2026 isn't completed by December, you will once again set the township up for a late budget and fines. Please do better. Number two, the budget that you did submit for 2025 was to increase taxes 6%. and filled with unnecessary and inflated line items. You caused the need for a dozen workshops by submitting a budget that was irresponsible. During those workshops, the council and CBAB worked collaboratively to save the taxpayers from the effects of what your administration representatives called extra cushion. Leaving aside how tone deaf a budget increase is during a revaluation year, it's irresponsible for you to have submitted a budget that baked in millions in excess for the council and the Citizen Budget Advisory Board to find and eliminate. That's what your inflated proposed budget caused. A delayed completion caused because the council needed to check your numbers and math. You submitted an irresponsible budget and 12 workshops got it cleaned up. The community can rest assured that without cutting people or programs, the council and CBAB reduced the 6% increase to less than 1%. Submit a responsible budget next time, and then it won't take 12 workshops to fix it. No credible news outlet would report this manufactured story. So you are pointing to a fake news outlet created for political purpose with the intention to influence this election. The author of the article you reference, a fake name. The editor of the outlet, fake as well. And despite being told this on multiple occasions, you are continuing to rely on this fake news to suggest something that's misleading and unsupported. It is true the state issued the letter, but how many times when you were on council did you receive something similar? Whatever is motivating you to post this ridiculous spin, just do better. You caused the delay with the budget submitted late, filled with unnecessary proposed taxing of the people. And a word of advice, when no credible news outlet runs with your spin, it's likely because they're unwilling to defraud West Orange residents. Dispatch isn't news. It's a feeble attempt to hide the truth. Untangle yourself from those fraudsters and find ways to be more responsible, like submitting a carefully created, timely, balanced budget to the council for 2026. That would be a good use of your time rather than wasting time with misleading posts like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak a public comment tonight? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment at 8:14 and ask for any response from any of our council members who are ready to respond.
You go first.
We could let
Okay.
the mayor, or
Oh,
business
you want
administrator.
the mayor to go first?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. To most of the residents, I grew up on Hazel, so please don't think that I am not paying attention to the Valley area. It is very important to me. The feasibility study, the dynamic traffic feasibility study was specifically for the Valley area and Washington Heights area. So, and they did make recommendations. The presentation was presented to the council, came out to be $660,000. It was not approved at that time or presented to the council to be approved. So we had a workshop on September 29th. I know a resident talked about that. We did have a workshop. There were a line of people that were here. It was from 4 to 8, and they could come to speak to the traffic engineers that prepared the feasibility study to speak specifically about their parking issues. I know we've had this conversation. The very next day, I sent an email to our engineering department. The assistant engineer was here at the workshop the whole time with the request that the parking permits for the Seton Hall students have been arbitrary, and they shouldn't be arbitrary. I believe that it should be for a radius of the area. They have 3 buses up on Prospect Avenue. They have a parking lot up there. We have met with the headmaster numerous times to stress that that's where the students should be. They continue, and I know that the comment is that it's a public street. I know it's difficult. The situation where the car is in the driveway, that's definitely a violation, and that's a call to the police department. I'm very sorry to hear about your tickets. The same thing happened to people on Colony Drive East because they were asking for permit parking as well. And they did get a signage change that said no parking between, this is what happened to you. The same thing, the signage changed from 8 to 10, but it didn't specify So people that live there were getting tickets as well. So there were so many things that came out of that to prompt the engineering department, my request to look at permit parking that would be fair and equitable for the entire region along Rollinson Street and Seton Hall Prep. Because to me, they have been issued arbitrarily for a number of years. So we are definitely looking at that, trying to address that. I don't have any order here, but that was just on the parking. I don't want you to think that we are neglecting to look at the valley because that's why the study was done in the first place. I don't see Rachel Klein here. I know she mentioned the Woolies. I do serve on the library board of trustees. The good majority of the Woolies, which is a knitting club. The personnel, they came to the library board meeting last month. The personnel committee has met. There were many reports that were submitted to the director, which temporarily, they lost the right to use the library at that time. The personnel committee met last night to try to resolve the issue for them. And the library board meets again next Thursday to try to resolve this issue. Mr. Ward? Sure. Yeah. That's it. I'm glad, no, I'm happy that it worked. We have tried so many times. So I'm glad it happened. I don't know what else. Most of it was about the parking.
So Mayor, are you finished? I'm
Yes,
not, you seem to be looking at your notes like you're going to say something again, so.
Also about the affordable housing, what's coming out, and I know I'm going to reiterate this, is that the obligation the township has always met its obligation to meet our fair share housing numbers that came in. We were always obligated to do that. Just because we're issuing a plan does not mean we're trying to match our numbers from what the fair share housing has given us. Just because we issue the plan does not mean that those properties are approved. They still have to go through the planning process, even with the builder's remedy. That does not mean they automatically get what they're requesting. We have a lot of work to do. And the parcels that are in the affordable housing plan are zoned residential. So that's what we're looking at. And it's our responsibility to look at the numbers and what's appropriate for the development there. It's not an automatic given. It's not an automatic approval. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rudin, I think you had your hand up first. Is that?
No, I didn't have
No?
my hand up, but I'm happy to go. First of
Okay,
all,
please.
I really want to thank all the residents who came out to talk about parking. I know that people who live in the valley often feel lesser than and that they're forgotten. And I just want to tell you that I see you and I really want to help make the situation better. I don't know why we can't move on some of the aspects that they have raised. I outlined to the assistant BA 10 points of what this community has asked for. And the response I got was that we have to wait until something happens with dynamic traffic, which I say is not necessary. This township has moved on permit parking for the residents who live above Rollinson. And if they feel like lesser than, it's because they really are being treated like lesser than because they do not have permit parking. And that is something that I urge this administration to move on quickly. And second of all, to bar all Seton Hall students from parking on their streets, because that is causing the major problem. We know who the students are. They have to have a sticker on their car that identifies them as Seton Hall, and they should not be allowed to park on residential streets ever. And that is something that your administration can enforce and can work with the police to make sure that doesn't happen. When I hear residents say that they go outside their front door and tell Seton Hall students, don't park here, you're going to get ticketed, and they say, we won't get ticketed, and they don't get ticketed, something is broken. When I hear that there's no parking on For school days, then we're generally talking about our school days, not private school days. So, you know, I know a lot of cars got ticketed on that day. So I'm asking if you can help move this along in a faster way so that these residents up and down the valley and across Main Street get permit parking quickly, and that we don't have to keep going on with this. I also understand that Mayor Parisi held a town hall at Hazel School where he went, I don't know how he distributed this, but door to door, they all got flyers that said, we want to talk to you about one-way parking. The entire Hazel auditorium was filled to capacity, and the residents spoke with one voice. They don't want one-way parking. And then this dynamic traffic engineering came back with the recommendation that there be one-way parking, virtually eliminating the voice of the people who are affected by this. I have requested that there be another conversation between Dynamic and the residents, and I was told that there's no contract with Dynamic, so nothing is going to be done. I really don't think that West Orange should be held hostage to whether or not we have a contract with Dynamic Traffic, that we can move ahead with some of the easier things. For instance, some of these residents live on corners where new stop signs went up, and now the stop signs are being enforced to an umpteenth degree that you cannot park closer than 50 feet. Now, throughout town, everybody parks, 9 feet away from a stop sign. There is something that we can do as a municipality by changing our ordinances, and I would like to request that my council colleagues support this effort, that we change this so that an ordinance is created so that parking can be 20 feet. I know the state ordinance is 50 feet, but municipalities can move and make it less. And I'd like to look into that. Also, I do appreciate that even after the pushback that I received that nothing can be done and that we'll wait until DT, the dynamic traffic comes back, that in fact a Teams meeting was set up. And I was invited to that with our professionals. And I don't know, Mayor, if you're on that on that team, but I would really like to recommend that a representative from the downtown be at that meeting, because they know the situation and they can pick one amongst themselves. There are a lot of people here, see if somebody who is available to come and be at our Teams meeting on Monday. We're talking about having it around 4, maybe we'll have it at 3:30 if you can get there earlier. So that's, on the parking. So I hope that we can have a member of the community, and I hope, Mayor, you will support that one member of the community be there to represent their needs on Monday. To Bob and Bob, thank you both for coming out. I know it's been a grueling effort for you, Mr. Rourke, in terms of getting response to the flooding. And I saw the videos and the pictures, and it's like waist high when the East Rawway River overflows. It's terrible. So I wrote a letter about this, and much to my surprise, I found out just about an hour ago that it was done. So thank you to this administration for getting it done. The past is the past. Let's do things better moving forward. I also want to say that West Orange, this area of the valley is bifurcated. So one side of Joyce Street, which is a lovely name for a street, is orange. And I also appreciate that the administration responded to me and said, yes, they will now work with Orange, because the air doesn't stop on Borders and the water doesn't stop in Borders. And unless we deal with what's going on in Orange and work collaboratively, we're not going to solve the problem. So I appreciate that we're going to do that. And you can imagine that I'm going to follow up on that and make sure that there is some collaboration and that this problem that you've had for 40 years can be abated. I'm so happy that the administration sent trucks out. I don't know how it happened. I'd really love to hear. But I'm just so happy that it happened, and that was a success. Jennifer, well, she's no longer here, but to the cannabis dispensaries, I support you. I want to help you be successful businesses, and I'm with you on that. Mr. Panula, I also,
If I could interrupt you just for a second, please. I'm more than happy for you to say whatever you want about We Care. I just would like to suggest that you keep in mind that We Care has filed litigation against the township, and just keep that in mind. Say whatever you think is important.
Okay.
Just want to remind.
I would just like to refer to one point that Mr. Panula made, which is that the minutes are not up on the website. Mayor, I would like you to take a look at that again. Also, the video that is being posted is not the way we get a video on for the town council. It has to be downloaded in 3 different parts. It takes hours and hours and hours to download. I would just request that you look at why is the formatting so difficult for the public. The purpose of having a video, not audio only, was to make it easier for the public to be able to follow these meetings, and they are very important meetings. And thank you also for helping with the student. And I mean, obviously that's an issue that really needs to go before the Board of Ed, but I'm glad that the mayor was able to hear what the situation is. Ms. Goodman, I support your request to have the bond withheld. Because I was at your house before the construction. I spoke with you during the Zoom meetings, and I've seen the problems after. I also went in back of the storage unit today, and we'll talk more about that in terms of the obligations that they did not meet. Another reason why that I believe that bond should not be returned. I know that our engineer sent pictures today of your property, and I was a little concerned about that because I'm really not sure if they were given permission to be on your property. They were not. And to me, that's a concern, and not to be, for our resident not to be on site, to be able to show people who are looking at private property for the first time what the problem is. The recommendation from our engineer.
Angels.
This
You
is
got going on,
lovely.
Mr. Fagan.
This is great. Is this the monastery come piping in? Anyway, I can talk over this.
No, let's get this fixed, please.
It's gonna help us solve. these
God's
problems.
Yes.
That's God's
It's
son
gonna
gonna
help
wrap
us
it
solve
up.
all these problems.
I'm almost done here.
Dear God. Please help these residents.
This is really great. Yeah. You did it.
You got his
Okay.
attention.
So,
The guy upstairs.
Can we get some order here, please?
so I
Hold
understand.
on just a second, please. Mr. Fagan, did you determine what the problem was, and have you fixed it?
Yes, Council President, I apologize. Apparently YouTube video kicked in beyond my control, or perhaps in
No,
my
it's okay.
control.
It's fine. I
Yeah.
just want to let Councilman Rudin resume.
Okay.
Just want to point out it was nothing intentional.
I'm almost done. The report that we got back from our engineering company that went and looked at your property without you being on site said that there was no problem. So I think that's a problem, because you need to be there to be able to talk about that. And that's another reason why I would like to request that my council colleagues withhold this bond. Michaela, Ms. Bennett, thank you for always bringing out such important issues. I truly would like an answer from the mayor why she continues to post what we all know in the community is fake news, and why you are promoting that and seeming to attempt to influence our upcoming election. There is no other reputable site that is posting the Dispatch. The Dispatch is operating without clear journalistic integrity, with fake names, seemingly got access to a lot of our emails that we don't know how they got access to, except that coincidentally, all of the people who are getting it also were getting emergency alerts from this town. So I'd like to also know how that list was shared with the dispatch, and I'd like you to answer why you are posting the dispatch, and do you think that is a reputable news organization?
Councilwoman Rudin, you can ask the questions. The mayor can respond. If she doesn't, we need to move on.
Fine.
Okay. And I also just want to caution everyone to, under Robert's Rules of Order, that it is not a good practice to question someone's motivations. All right? Talk about the facts, talk about the facts, talk about the facts. Don't question someone's motivations. It's not going to get us any progress. So Councilwoman Rudin, ask the question. Mayor, if you want to respond, you can. If not.
As Ms. Bennett said, I did post a letter because we did in fact receive that letter. It had no intention. It was the fact that we received that letter. There was no deliberate reason to post it. The fact that we did receive that letter, it was an issue. Yeah.
Okay. And if you want to follow up, maybe follow up in writing.
Follow up after.
Okay.
Thank you so much
Great.
for responding.
Okay. I'll go next.
Councilwoman Scarr.
Sure, I'll be happy to go
Okay.
next.
You'll-
Okay,
Yes.
I really want to say to all of you who came out, thank you, who came out about the parking. I know from before I sat in this seat, I sat out there and I heard for decades, it's a shame that we've listened to this for decades about the difficulties our residents have had with parking down in the valley. It's a matter of fundamental fairness to the taxpayers. I cannot believe that our Seton Hall students have been parking in parking spaces that should be available to tax-paying residents. And it will not cost the township anything to get started and to begin to give permits for parking to the residents in the valley. I just remember Claire Silvestri many, many years ago talking about how this problem was solved in Boston, in a college town in Boston, where they had college students who were impeding the ability of residents, and they gave parking permits. This is not something that cost a lot of money. This is not something that we have to wait for dynamic traffic and issue bonds for. This is something that could be done right away to help our residents who have been suffering for decades. And I just feel like I want to read a couple of pieces from residents that I've gotten, because I don't think, although you guys did a great job, I don't think we really can understand the heartbreak of this that the residents have experienced. One of our residents who's here today said, during the years here, we've constantly had issues with parking, specifically Seton Hall, prep students, and multifamily homes with cars and construction vehicles blocking our driveway. We've complained to the school as well as the police department. As recently as today, I had to call the police and had a vehicle blocking our driveway ticketed. There doesn't seem to be equal equity in the valley area, as some streets have single-family homes have permit parking in front of their property, streets above Rawlinson to Gregory, and that really needs to be clear, while others should have the same standards. Now it appears that the town council wants to institute one-way streets on Quinby and other streets which will increase parking even more. And even when we did this on Ludington in the Gregory Avenue, half of the street was for it and the other half was not. So many residents are inconvenienced by these one-ways, and I don't believe it's the answer to all of our problems. As a resident of West Orange and Quinby Place, I am against potential one-way streets and ask this committee to review parking regulations in and around Quinby. I understand the desire to appease Seton Hall and may not be aware of the illegal parking that goes on, but we as residents face hazards daily, safely leaving and entering our property. I humbly ask that you consider my concerns and publicly allow dialogue and discussion as to how to best serve the residents of this area. And I believe we need some focus groups, and the people who are in the valley who are experiencing this should have an opportunity to speak with us and to the mayor. Another letter, somebody talked about, since 2017, I've paid thousands of dollars in parking tickets, often in situations where I had no choice. I've had to park illegally just to drop off my sick child at home after a hospital visit or to avoid walking blocks away in the snow or rain. If you only knew how depressing it is to live in a community where nothing is being done, where it truly feels that we don't matter. And that is the way residents are feeling. I've heard it over and over again, and this can no longer, go on deaf ears. We have got to figure out how to give some parking permits to some of these residents. I really feel strongly about that, and I want to thank you for all coming out. Rachel Klein, West Orange Woolies. It's a shame that residents cannot use their own library, given the amount of taxes that we pay. But there is a solution to this problem. Our Older Adults Advisory Board has posed many, many programs, all of which will have no cost to the township because we can do them with volunteers. And we have asked that the CAT Center be open to the seniors for a few hours at least a day, maybe between 11 and 2. There's a room that's empty, and the seniors are also sick of paying it an inordinate amount share of our taxes between the taxes and the sewer bill, and not even having a place where they can go and have lunch with a friend. It is not equitable. It is not. And, we really need to start thinking about this and really making sure that all of our residents have the opportunities they need and that their tax dollars are not only spent wisely, but in their best interests. As far as the housing, Andrea Goodman, I'm so glad you were here because you demonstrated to us tonight that zoning laws are put in place to protect the health and the well-being of residents. And it is really unconscionable that we are looking at all of these housing schemes that will set aside zoning ordinances. We really need to do a better job and develop our Main Street as we've been trying to do for decades. We've proposed a number of opportunities to better develop that in areas where we're not going to be cutting down trees on steep slopes and destroying neighborhoods. So I hope that the mayor has heard and that our planning board and Susan Gruhl are listening to you tonight, because we really have seen what can happen when we don't protect our environment. Joe, thank you. Joe Panulo, thank you for coming out. You're absolutely right. It's unconscionable that the meeting minutes are not published. It's unconscionable that this planning board meeting is going to be Zoom only. I really would urge the mayor to reconsider that the public have more of an opportunity to talk about our affordable housing plan as well. And James, we're always looking forward to you and look forward to supporting your business. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Sure, thank you. Thank you everyone for coming out. I got to apologize to Ms. Burnett, Mr. Burke, Mr. Clinton. I don't recall getting your email. Sometimes it goes into spam. Past couple weeks, I've been, a lot of things going on in my personal life that I don't always get back to everybody. There's also a few people that spoke tonight that I hadn't returned. I owe them phone calls. With that being said, that doesn't mean that I'm not acting upon your issues, because I'm in constant contact with Mr. Smeraldo. And even on occasion, I'll reach out to the mayor. I'm going to start with the Valley. So with regards to the Valley, and Joy, you're right. I've been saying over and over and over again. And the police chief, I've talked to Chief Abbott multiple times about Seton Hall. I have no issue with permits parking on your street. Again, there's a process. So if that moves forward, I'm supportive of that. But when all is said and done, there's multiple problems in that area. those problems are also mirrored in the other side of town where I live, and I live down the hill as well. And that's why I'm here. Many years ago, I felt my neighborhood was neglected and fought to get things changed. So I admire all of you for coming out, and I feel your issues. You have stacking issues in your neighborhoods. That's the major problem. You know, last year when I was knocking on doors, when it was my reelection, you know, you have multiple mailboxes on the houses, multiples. You know, some houses I saw 6, 7 mailboxes. It's totally insane. So that's one issue. One, you have contractors bringing their vehicles home. They're parking in the driveways and then parking their personal vehicles out on the street. You have to call. And again, this is complaints I made to zoning and the administration over and over and over again. Tonight we have on for an ordinance of 4 more handicap spots and for folks who are absolutely in need of handicap parking. We always want to accommodate folks, but I've been told and seen it down on, I believe it's Mitchell Street, right around the corner last year when I went to an event at the Arts Council. I saw 5 in a row on Mitchell Street. I thought it was insane. How coincidental could that be that there are 5 spots? And guess what? In all 5 spots, I didn't see one car with a tag on it. In fact, I saw a motorcycle there and I reported that. So last Saturday, when I saw you talking to my colleague, because I called her and asked her, so I knew you were taken care of by her, I went to go talk to another resident. So, you know, we may not always get back, but we care and we try to do what we could do. And it gets very frustrating when we can't get these things in order. And mayor and administration, you know, we have to do better because we have to do better. One other note with that, and folks just, you know, attic apartments, basement apartments, if you know, they're not legal here in the township, you have to call. You know, you have to call if you know one of your neighbors have one of those situations, because it is stacking, and that's why these neighborhoods are overcrowded. And the Seton Hall kids are one thing, but they leave after school. So these are problems at night too, that, you know, yes, I know they're there at the school at night, but it's also.
Please, you cannot call out
Okay.
from the audience, please.
But we have to solve the problem. You know, they have the shuttle buses. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. So I hope, I implore, you know, administration, you know, we got to get this fixed. As far as the one-ways are concerned, and I know folks been against it for years because I've been on the council for a long time. Dynamic parking, we're going to pick up between the Valley section and down Washington Heights. We're looking at 300 parking spots from that plan. And I'm a little disappointed that with the advertisement, because I've seen it all over, but again, I'm in tune to it. Ms. Brill and I from the downtown reps, we've been going to the meetings. I appreciate the mayor for letting us attend and give our input there. You know, it's a rule with how wide the streets are. So it's, you know, 28 feet versus 30 feet of who could get a one-way. Stop sign to the corner, you know, where I live, you need the 50 feet because there's a lot of places. I know you shake your head, but you're not a traffic expert. I know you're the expert with a lot of things, Councilwoman, but you know, so I come home tonight, I'll go home and there's going to be this big truck on Valley Way that's going to be sticking out from the stop sign, and I'll call again. But I am getting reports of people getting tickets as well. I just don't think it's consistent across the board, and that needs to be looked at. So there's a lot of multiple issues that, you know, we have to get the code enforcement out there. You know, it's a shame when the Valley Civic Association, you know, these problems aren't new. They've been there for so many years. And when the Valley Civic was very active, they were on top of it. And, you know, I encourage you to keep calling because that's the only way it's going to get fixed. So thank you for coming tonight. And, you know, we'll see what administration will come back with. In regards to, let's see, the other issues this evening, the Woolies, I'm in agreement with my colleague. I can't see why they can't be at the Toby Cat Center. I was very disappointed with the library board mayor. I'm going to tell you now, because I know, there's two sides to every story, and I get that. But I mean, it's just these are residents, or some of our senior residents, and I think everybody needs to play the fishing game sometime. So I'm glad James came this morning, because a lot of fishing should have went on. A lot of fishing could go on up at that library. So with that being said, I'm going to next, let's see. So yes, the handicap parking spots, and I'll be asking Miss, our engineer as well. In regards to Mr. Burke's issue, yes, and I commend my colleague. She got more time than I could ever give, and that's great. But Chuck didn't just show up there today because of a phone call. I mean, Ms. Corp, the Mr. Smeraldo, I know they've been working on it. Not fast enough, but I'm glad the timing came where it did happen today, that the truck came. But this goes back to for many years with Orange. I mean, they're not great neighbors. They need to do their part, and the administration needs to keep pushing them, because this is, to have this ongoing problem, and we need to get it taken care of. In regards to Dogwood, so here's the issue with that. I was on the cannabis task force when this first came to be in the township. And there's there's many security issues with these locations. It went through the planning board. I don't understand. They have to have a handicap door to get in. So I don't understand. I understand why there's not a drive-through, because I wasn't supportive of a drive-through, because of the nature of the business and the security. You have to have a full security plan just to get deliveries and shipments. So to have a drive-through, we felt a security hazard. So I would never support that. But yeah, I don't know why there had to be handicap accommodations made, I would think. So I'm a little confused at this, but it is on pending matters for whatever reason. So we could, finish, have that conversation there. So I don't hold up any more public comment. Ms. Goodman, we did miss each other today. And I appreciate you resending your document to me, because I couldn't open it. So thank you for that. And I'll let our engineer speak. When you sent that letter in July 2023, our engineer was not here. The prior engineer was here. So I don't know what happened at that time, but she could speak tonight when we talk about that. But I did, send an email to Mr. Smeralda today, and the council president that, was looking to pull that, to give him a heads up. So yeah, we'll discuss it, and we'll see. We want to make sure things are taken care of before we sign off. And I'll let her state her case. I did see the pictures this afternoon. And we could talk about that a little bit later. And with all being said, I think I got everybody. Thank you again, everybody, for coming out. And I made a note for Mr. Puglisi. Always, love that zoo. Was there again last Monday, having this great weather. It's been great when I watch my granddaughters. But when the lights start, again, I know last year you always make the commendation, again, just a reminder, with the warm days when we get inundated with a lot of traffic, if they make sure somebody's out there, so the residents in that area don't get inundated with, with the traffic trying to get home. But thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to start off my response with a couple of questions to the mayor, if you do know this. This discussion about equipment and personnel coming out to clear out some of the brooks or waterways down in the valley. Was that something that came from West Orange? Or was that something that came from Orange? Or do you know?
I don't know, but I do know that I have been asking for that to be cleaned up. That's, I have so many handwritten letters from Mr. Rourke. So that's why I'm saying I'm happy that it did get done because he meets with me and I have handwritten letters from him. So I was happy to hear that it got done. Truthfully, I don't know.
Okay. The reason I
It could be a
asked,
collaboration with Orange and West
Pardon?
Orange. That's all. No, it's just had to be a collaboration between West Orange and Orange.
yeah, I don't know that that's the case, but I think that's a fact that we should establish because I've been working, well, I don't guess I was working with Mr. Rourke for months. And you point out the only way he communicates is with written notes to the clerk. I've given him my business card a couple of times. He won't call me. And he doesn't answer the phone at his place of business. There's no answering machine. There's no way to leave a message. It's very
I sent him notes.
frustrating. So I congratulate our council people for able to continue to have communication with them and to move it forward. But I would like to find out about whether that equipment and personnel was us or Orange, because I've been working for literally months to try to get these places cleaned out down there. And what I've been told repeatedly is that we have looked at it, but because of DEP rules, it's going to cost us thousands of dollars to get the permission from the DEP to clean out those areas. And then I'm coming in and hearing that this is something that was done today, not really by the seat of our pants, but that it happened without going through this whole process and spending all of this money. So I want to establish what the facts are and what our policy is going forward, because this just makes no sense to me that this is the way to run a municipality. I want to thank everybody who came in from the Alphabet streets. I recently went overseas for 10 days and I still have not been able to get my head back above water. So I apologize to everyone who reached out to me that I haven't gotten back to. But as everybody has been saying, and we need to recognize it, parking has been a problem in this town for decades. And you heard a lot of the reasons, but we have to fix this problem. And my son graduated from Seton Hall Prep, and I've got other connections there, but they do not get preference over the residents here in town. That just shouldn't be. And part of the issue, it sounds like, is that we don't enforce our ordinances. There just should be no way that you even ticket a car that is blocking someone's driveway. You tow that car and the word will get around, believe me. So it just shouldn't be this way. You guys shouldn't have to come down here, take time out of your evening to come and tell us stories that literally have been told many times before. And I want to suggest to my colleagues that we, as part of new business today, we discuss whether and how to form an ordinance to implement permit parking below Rollinson. I have no idea why it's not there. No, I'm not playing to the crowd. I'm just saying it makes no sense to me that this has been going. And I was on the council for 10 years and people would come and complain and nothing would change. But the makeup of our council is now different and people are going to start taking action when they see situations like this. So I want to put that on the agenda. Yes.
Okay, but things did change while we were on the council, and that's what I mentioned before, is that permits were given out arbitrarily. So I have this conversation with the police chief. We had made a recommendation about the radius, and I will share that with you. If it has to be an ordinance, I think we should just do it. I don't think we need an ordinance to do that.
Yeah, well, we've had discussions about ordinances and we're going to work
But I'm saying
collaboratively
it
on
has-
everybody. But I think the problem is well established in one evening here. And we can try to figure out. The other question I have for you, Mayor, is back when I was on the council the first time, we had parking enforcement officers, plural.
We have two, if anybody's looking for a job.
We
There
have
is a-
two openings and they've been
we have-
open for years, but I think that's part of the solution as well. Particularly down in
We
the,
have we do have two enforcement officers, but we do need two more. We have positions open for two more.
oh, okay, okay. Did they get around down to the valley on a regular basis? Because it doesn't sound like we're getting a lot of
We're
enforcement.
missing a lot of revenue.
And I don't mean to assume everything that is said today, you know, in context is necessarily true. And there are probably a lot of factors that influence what happens, as Councilwoman Castellini said. But we do need to really focus on this. We've spent a lot of money and really said this is a priority with the parking study. And part of the reason it hasn't moved forward is because we have to allocate capital and we're having some issues because our debt is just so overwhelming and we've got to get a debt management plan. But this is a priority and we need to move forward, particularly if we don't need to wait for capital expenditures in order to start getting this done. But we can talk about it at the new business section. We've spent a lot of time tonight, so I think I'll just sort of move on from here. And at 8:58, we will move on to our regular agenda. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting of September 30th, 2025.
Consent.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids. Contract for snow removal services from sidewalks, paths, crosswalk and bus shelters and stops within the township for 2025-26.
Could I just interrupt you? I'm sorry. Everybody, we're trying to conduct a meeting. I know you want to talk. Please move it outside. Please move it outside.
Mr. Gibbons.
Please move your talking outside. Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam
No, that's
Clerk.
okay. Contract for snow removal, oh, yes, snow remover services from sidewalks, paths, crosswalk and bus shelters and stops within the township for 2025-26. That's a bid that was put out. Bill list, are there any questions on the bills?
Yes. I would like to just discuss a few of the bills. And I'm wondering whether or not one should be pulled. The AT&T bill, yeah, this has been sort of a favorite issue for me. I like to look at every bill. As a result of the review of the bill and being able to work with the administration, we have now saved $4,000 a month. And I think that's significant savings. However, when I looked at it again, we are now down from 10,000 to just about 6,000. I looked at it again and went through every single phone and found that there are 18 phones that are not being used at all. And there are 5 that have only 1 minute of text or one text on it. And I have asked for a review of this. I was told I am micromanaging, and my response to that is that these are our public finances. This is our fiduciary responsibility. You're talking about a lot of money. If we can bring this down to between $3,000 to $4,000 a month instead of the $6,000, why not do it? I think there needs to be a careful review, and Mayor, I am asking that this review, I've already done it. I've listed out all of the phones on pages and pages. I've already done the review. I'm just asking that this administration follow through with the work that I've already laid out and make an analysis, whether or not we can save taxpayer money. The other thing is I just wanted to ask, and maybe Mr. Detiniak can respond to this. We got a PSE&G bill. It's always very, very high. I understand that there's going to be a new supplier. Can you tell me, is that an aggregate supplier? Is that going to be saving the township money?
So I'll respond to the first comment about the telephones and sometimes the lack of voice minute usage or text messages. I mean, for the phone that I carry, the majority of what I do on it is email and the banking. I have a soft token for the township's banks that is just on this phone. So that could be the case. We need to look at data usage as well for all the phones. And I think certainly if we see, zero data usage, zero voice minutes, zero text messages, it probably means the phone is turned off. Then, just as we did with a lot of the hotspots a few months ago, we'll certainly get those phones back and turn them off if that's the case. But like, if you looked at my phone, you're not going to see much text messaging, or I mean, I have some, not much voice. I use my other phone for calls, but it's all email. But yeah, we'll look for like zero usage phones. I'll have Mauricio pull those phones from wherever they are and sorry.
No, please finish.
Oh,
She's
and,
just talking. She's
and deactivate
raising her
them.
hand.
Yeah, just as we did with hotspots, just as we do with dead phone lines, there's no reason to have them. We'll get rid of them.
Councilwoman Castellino, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, so again, going back to the way we handle our HR. So if you have a phone, like, do the phones get logged in and out of HR? Like whoever's covering our HR? Because that's where you could help keep track of it. Plus, I'm a little disappointed. I mean, again, we don't know because it could be email use, we're making assumptions here, so we have to find out. But if everything's all zeroed out and the phone isn't being used, I mean, then it's got to be on your tech department. It's got to be on somebody, whether it's on HR there, because council people shouldn't be finding this. And I know everybody gets frustrated and yes, it is micromanaging, but she shouldn't have to micromanage. And so we need to put a system in place that we don't have to, because I don't have that time to look at every bill and then call, like I look at the bigger ticket items. And as far as AT&T is concerned, I mean, they'll give you a credit. So I wouldn't hold up payment of AT&T bill because they're going to charge you a late charge. So any case, I just, again, talking about best practices, how we're going to handle that, because I've been asking that throughout the budget process.
Sure. I mean, I'm saying we'll look. I'm not confirming that there's phones that have totally zero usage. I mean, I'm responding to a comment and, without the benefit of researching it and seeing, not to say the truth of it. I'm sure that there's phones with zero voice minutes and all that. But again, if there's totally zero usage phones, just as they did with the hotspots, I'm sure that our IT department looks into those things. We have a limited amount of time in the day and many, many things to do. So, are we going to reach maximum efficiency and solve every single problem? And there's not going to be one penny of waste. That's just not true. It's not true at every level of, size corporation or government. There's always going to be some level of waste. We try to do our best to limit it. And when you bring things to us, while, we can consider it micromanaging, we welcome, again, the opportunity, I think we keep saying today, to do better. We take that as an opportunity to do better. And tomorrow morning, I'll probably sit with Mauricio and we'll be looking at bills and we'll look at phones and if we find any zero usage, we'll get rid of them. So a credit to the council when they bring these things to us. As far as is HR tracking all of the equipment and the phones? No, IT is tracking the phones. We are going to use a new system called Prime Point, and one of the modules that's included is an HR module. We're committed. I've already spoken with administration and the assistant BA's support staff about making sure that we enter in certain property, um, uh, property attributes to the profiles, being phones, physical keys, the electronic key for the door out back, or any sort of, on the police side, they have a lot more of the electronic key cards, logging all those things to make sure that when there's a separation of employment, whether it's due to retirement, a termination, or, whatever the reason is, that, we have all the property documented in one place, and that's turned in before there's a release of any final payment. Or computers as well. So we want to put that all in one place so that I don't have to rely on, well, Mauricio knows there's a phone, and Louis Reynolds knows that there's physical keys that this person has. We want it to be all in one
Yeah.
place. So, that we're entering into the new Prime Point system right now. And when it goes live in January, everybody's profile will have all their property in it. So.
Okay, and if anybody
And-
retires prior to that, then you'll make sure
Yeah.
everybody's handed.
Yeah, I think we have an understanding of who has phones and who would have a computer, and, hopefully we're getting the key cards, but we can deactivate those. Like, that's not, the end of the world. If we don't get a key card, we electronically deactivate them. Physical keys, obviously, we want to get those back. But just having everything in one place so that we know all the assets that we have out there and who has them, it is important to us, so that, there's no mystery to it. Like, oh, we forgot to get a computer from Joe Smith when he left us 2 years ago. Where's that computer now?
What's happened?
Yes.
Or
So-
tablet, yeah.
So just to.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. They're having a conversation. I'll
Yeah,
recognize you if you raise your hand.
I'm done.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rubin.
I have identified the 18 phones, so it's in that list. And I did it by talk, text, and data. And
Okay.
data would include the email. Your
Yeah,
phone
that
is not on this list because you're obviously using it. So I'm only trying to bring out phones that people are not using, or that just may, be out there.
Yeah, if we
somewhere.
have zero usage, I'll get with Mauricio and get those phones back.
Okay.
If you don't
In
use
term-
them, you lose them.
In terms of PSE&G, do you
PSE&G,
anticipate a
so-
savings?
So the supply side of things, that does get bid out. So we'll have a savings on the supply. Obviously, the transmission side of things is still going to be PSE&G, and that I'm forgetting that sort of Pennsylvania, Ohio energy transmission cartel that drives the cost of the energy up. But yes, the supply side of things, we'll see a little bit of a savings because of the bidding and those aggregate.
Okay. I just want to thank you for that. And the last thing I wanted to bring out is that I noticed another charge, unfortunately, for euthanasia, which means that this year a third dog has been put down. And not only is that very sad as a community, but I think that we owe more to these dogs to try and help them get homes. And we owe them a fighting chance. So I just urge the community to remember that we have dogs that have been in our shelter for a long time, and that when it gets too long, or if there's a problematic dog, and I know that this one was considered a problematic dog, may not have been had it gotten some attention and had it been elsewhere, that we really need to, we have a kill animal control. This is not a shelter. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention. If you know somebody who's looking for a dog, please try to use our West Orange shelter. And that's it for bills.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just want to follow up on this. Could you please send this material to Mr. Detiniak, the results of your research, and also CC it to the council, just so that we can try to stay up with you, because you're way ahead of us on a lot of the bills.
I did.
So it would just be helpful, I think, to Mr. Detiniak, who is already juggling too many balls. Please.
I think everybody has it. I sent it to everybody. It's handwritten. I apologize.
That's okay.
But
No, thank you.
3
for doing it.
pages.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're done with bills.
Okay, resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yes.
Just waiting for a hand to go up.
Oh,
Yeah, I would. Mr. Titiniak.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Tiniak's gonna pull some bills? That's helpful.
Resolution.
No resolution.
Oh.
We need to-
resolution.
Thank you.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, please just speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
I
My,
know.
usually my
You're
mic
off.
is
I think
louder.
You're off.
It might be the wrong one. There's one that's better than the other.
Hello?
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Council President, for tonight, we unfortunately have to pull resolution 228-25 and 229-25. The first one is the public hearing and adoption of budget amendment number 1. We are still going to have the public hearing, I'm sorry, but we are not going to vote on the amendment, or you're not going to vote on the amendment. And the second resolution is the adoption of the 2025 municipal budget. We're going to pull that resolution as well. We're working with DLGS to get approval to pass the amendment and the budget. I don't have approval just yet. We're still submitting some documents to them. Should have it by Tuesday or Wednesday. So we're going to push this to the meeting on the 28th.
Okay, there's also another associated resolution here, which is 230-25, which is a resolution authorizing the collector of taxes to extend the grace period for the 2025 fourth quarter taxes.
Correct. So in the body of the resolution, we contemplated an adoption of with today's date. So if it's okay, we'll amend the date in that resolution to reflect October 28th, or we could just push it to the 28th meeting and adopt them all at once. The resolution doesn't specify what the date moves to because we won't know the exact date till we have the bills actually postmarked. And then we have to give 25 days for those bills to be out on the street. And that will establish what the grace period end date is.
Yes, and I understand that the administration is taking additional steps because of the recognition of the stress to a lot of taxpayers, property taxpayers who are fearing they're having to pay their fourth quarter taxes, given what's happened with a lot of people in the reval having increased taxes. So I salute the administration for trying to push out more information. But this is what I think we'll have to decide as a council. I think we should pass this sooner rather than later, and then also roll out the communication so that more people find out sooner that they are not going to get up against a wall quite as much as they're afraid of.
Council President, I'm okay with that. I defer to our legal counsel. Is it okay if we change the date in the resolution to reflect October 28th? Because it's reflecting October 16th.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
And you are, thank you, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Rourke. You are absolutely certain, no question in your mind, that we are going to be able to adopt this budget on the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay, so I leave it up to the council members, but if you want to just change that date and you please go ahead.
I mean, I will say I don't even know if a date is necessary for this resolution, but we've put one in there. And let's just change it for the 28th. So.
No.
You're talking about the very first whereas.
Correct.
Thank you.
So Councilwoman, you had a question.
Do you think it would be advisable to have a special meeting and get this passed since you said it's going to be done on Tuesday?
No, because I don't want to, I can't speak for DLGS. So, if they tell me Wednesday and then it's Thursday and then, we have a meeting of that, it's only 12 days away. I spoke to the tax collector, we'll be fine. It's just leave it for the 28th.
Okay, and then I just want to follow up. Are meetings currently taking place so that we'll get our budget on time this year?
So if, Council President, would you like me to speak
Oh, please.
on this?
please,
Okay.
Please.
So I've acknowledged in previous meetings my failings to deliver this budget to the council and to the residents of West Orange on a timely basis. So January 15th is when we will deliver our sort of what we'll call draft legal budget document. We've already begun the process of assembling all the 2026 salaries and potential promotions. And I got feedback this year, from council members about how they wanted to see those salaries and potential promotions is separated out so that it wasn't just one big assumed number per person or per title, I should say. So I've taken the feedback in how I present the salary and wage portion to the governing body. And on the other end of things with the operating expenses, we're prepared to justify our requests with, you know, with solid projections of what we need to spend and what we need to purchase, so that we're not sitting here in multiple meetings, you know, without being able to defend the amounts that we ask for. So I don't want a repeat of 2025 ever again for this community. And we are going to work towards coming together and deciding on what we feel is best for this community as a group. If I have to play the fishing game with all of you 100 times.
Available at Amazon.
Yes.
Games.com.
So yeah, we've already started the process. We're going to develop some nice presentations for the public, again, to justify what we ask for. And we're going to make it a much more collaborative process. Obviously, as the mayor, she gets the first crack at things, and then, you know, we will bring it to the council to discuss. But yeah, we're committed to January 15th, and we want to be the first community in Essex County.
Yes.
Um,
I think
to
you're
adopt
very
the budget.
nice. That was my compliment.
Well, Thank you, thank you.
Ditto.
So yes, we've already started the process. We hope to hold some presentations in December.
Good.
And again, I don't want, when I give you a budget on the 15th, for anybody to be surprised like it was on April 16th of 2025. And again, that is on me. That is not the mayor, that was me. And we're not going to do that. So 15th, you will have a budget, but we're going to be talking budget in the next couple months. Like, you're going to know where things are going in December. But you will have your official budget document January 15th. I think it's a holiday.
Yes, please.
I just have one more question for Mr. Deteniak. Along with the budget, since we're going to be moving into next year's budget, this council has authorized $75,000 for a forensic audit for beginning this year. What's going on with that?
So, you know, we're working on putting our RFPs out for everything. I'll certainly work on an RFP for that, something that is more in line with like what Clifton did, rather than the RFP that was put out for the initial forensic audit that was, you know, it asked for, you know, to cover too many individual items. And that's why I think the price ballooned. So we're going to take some guidance from Clifton and put something together, because I read through that audit. I think it was very valuable in the insights that the firm came up with, and, you know, we could definitely benefit from that. So I think that's going to be the scope, and we'll get something out on the street as soon as we can.
And couldn't we anticipate that for the next meeting?
No, I don't want to say the next meeting because it's only 12 days away, and I'm going to be busy just getting DLGS approval. So I don't want to put a timeline on that just because I'll give you a date because I'm under pressure and then I'm not going to meet it, being totally honest. But we will talk about it. You know, I'll talk about it with the interim business administrator, mayor, and assistant business administrator, and we will get something out there. This is not something I'm going to sit on. I'm supportive of. But I don't want to just tell you October 28th.
No.
I can't just because I can't. Understood.
Thank you. Just keep us in the loop.
We will. We will. Yeah.
And thank you for, listen, you came in here last year, a year ago, and you had a lot of, how can I say? You've done a lot with your time. So we've squeezed so much out of you and this council has, and plus what you inherited from the prior CFO. And I'm not saying that's as enough, but we've been very antiquated through the years, catching up on a lot of issues. And I'm just going to leave it there because I'm going to play the fishing game. And but I appreciate you taking the brunt of the responsibility. But we know you have been working tirelessly, and your staff has. And there's only so many hours in the day, and we put a lot of tough requests on you. And so thank you. Just really thank you. I know you've been working really hard.
Oh, the township deserves it. I hear the people that come up and speak, and, it always blows me away at, how intelligent and well-spoken the residents are. They demand the best because they deserve the best. And that's the product that my office, administration, and all the departments want to give to the township. And I think that's where we all are aligned. We just need to find a way to work together on it. But yeah, I
And
don't.
the more hours in your day.
That's what Sundays are for. And
Well, you need to see your
Saturday.
family. Yeah.
my wife doesn't want to see me that much.
Yeah. I
Um,
just want to thank you for 150%, giving 150%.
But-
We all know it and we all appreciate it.
We got a lot of great feedback from you guys and CBAB. And, we've taken that all into consideration for our plan for 2026. And, I'm not going to say where the numbers are going to shake out to, but just know that when we do come to the public and we come to you, that there was a lot of effort put into, making sure that it's a responsible budget and that we're quantifying, what we need, and we're putting numbers to the things that we need. We have an individually significant item limit for all of our departments, that we're coming up with, so that, hey, the bigger budgets, it's going to be bigger items that we're discussing. For the little budgets, it's going to be down to the little stuff. We want to be prepared for you, and we hope that, it leads to a much better process with fewer meetings, and maybe more productive meetings. So that's that.
Yes, and I'll agree with everybody. My perspective has been that we demonstrated convincingly that our budget process is broken. 2025 proved that we need to rebuild the process. And I think everybody is agreed on that. And we think that you're the guy to help us do that. I will say, though, we need to address capital budget for this year, and maybe even capital budget for next year as soon as possible. I know we don't have a whole lot we can borrow under our debt management plan, but if we can get the debt management plan in place, if we can get the capital budget in place, that's going to go a long way to helping us with the budget, because right now we're spending 12% of our budget on debt service. So the sooner we get that cranking, the more it's going to have a positive impact on all the property taxes.
So from a capital perspective, we met today, the department heads. I reiterated the sort of limits that we have, considering that we did not have much debt issued in 2024, but in 2025, we did do a pretty significant road, streets and roads ordinance for all the grants that we have in place. All the money, the capital that we have to put up for the grants. But also acknowledging that we have a need for new radio cars and replenishment of some of the non-public safety fleet. So we're going to bring that. It's a high priority. I think we've heard from the public about parking, how that is a top priority for us. But again, we're trying to live within our means of the debt plan, while also acknowledging, and I will bring you an ordinance, in November, November, for our legacy sick and vacation payout costs, which, continue to be significant. We're averaging the last few years like $1.5 million in payouts, and that's continued for 2025 and 2026. I don't think will be as impactful, but probably $1 million bucks.
2025 is not going to be impactful.
No, 2026 will be as impactful.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize. We're going to get killed.
So that is part of our debt, because we cannot budget for that in 1 year. So we do the special emergency, and we need to do the notes because otherwise it restricts fund balance. So, that's also part of it. That eats into our available annual debt allocation. So we will bring our high priority projects, but still knowing that I have to borrow for the payouts.
Yes. Unfortunately, we did not borrow last year for those payouts, and now it's
Right. And
snowballing.
And that's going to be included. Last year's, I'm going to put that up as an ordinance as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Are you finished with your polls, Mr. Diniak? I think we agreed we're gonna pull 230 and amend it and then put it up for a vote and discussion.
Correct.
Okay. Are you?
I'm okay with all of that. Yeah.
Okay. I think Councilman Castellino had your hand up first on these things. Do you have anything to pull
Yeah.
or questions?
I have one comment and one pull. I was gonna have two, but then I got information. I am gonna pull 224. And I have a comment on 222. So my comment, you want my comment first?
Sure, as long as you're.
Yeah, so my comment on, unless somebody else needed 222 pulled, is everybody good, 222? Okay.
You guys are good?
So 222, my comment was, I just wanted folks to realize this is road improvements for Mars Road, Sussex Road, and Hunterdon improvements, because I know that has been quite the bumpy path up there in that neighborhood. So those improvements are coming your way. Question for, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate or not, if I could ask now or in pending matters, but there are two other streets that I've been asking about for a while. They're not in this neighborhood, and I just wanted to ask our director that's here. And we might have passed them in the other bond ordinances, but I don't think we did. Did we do Hillside Terrace and Cornell Street?
Those are actually currently under design. We don't have any money right now to put that to bid. I'm actually working with my staff in breaking up the project. Instead of two roadway projects, I'm gonna break it up into 4 in order to minimize the amount of money that we're gonna have to ask or borrow. So Hillside Terrace is one of them. Another one is Linden Avenue, Linden Court. That one is kind of a priority because I know for a fact that there is a pipe that is it's a corrugated metal pipe that is actually disintegrating as we speak, probably. And I need to put that one out to bid first. Hillside Terrace is on the other side of town. I tried to break them up so that the mobilization for the contractor is in a specific neighborhoods, in a way.
They've been waiting, I know, they've been waiting over. I just want I know you know, I just want my colleagues to know. I know she's been trying to be good with the bonding, but you know, I go to Hillside Terrace been waiting over 20 years to get that street done. It's kids riding their bikes, someone's gonna get hurt. And it's really embarrassing because it's a street that's on the South Orange border and South Orange did their job on their side of the street and there's us, and it's embarrassing. The other street is Cornell Street, which is, a lot of people use it as a cut through, and that's a nightmare as well. And that's been what, like 20 years too, right? That's way over time to get paved.
Cornell Street is actually on the list.
Oh, we did get that one on the list, okay.
It is on the list, like I say. I have a list of roads, I guess. We're talking about probably over 100 roads at this point.
Yeah.
And obviously I cannot do them all in 1 year,
No.
nor can I promise anybody that I'm gonna get them done in 5 years. I don't know what, you know, the budget is gonna be and how much money can we actually borrow to do all of this. Right now, like I said, I have 2 projects under design. Each one of them has at least between 16 streets each, which I'm trying to break it up into 4 projects, and that way at least we could get some of them moving. And then Cornell Street is on the list along with another streets that I haven't even asked anybody to design them yet because
Yeah, no, we got to get our
don't have
money
any
in
money.
order.
Yes.
I just wanted to stress it to you all because they're that bad. I mean, you know, they shouldn't have to come at a council meeting and begging us. We need to get these capital projects to our desk.
Yes, and we also need to get through our council meeting tonight,
Yes,
so.
okay.
there's a lot of.
Thank you, I
stuff we're
appreciate your
talking-
time.
Yes, we're not gonna fix it tonight, so we're still here trying to figure out what we're pulling. And Ms. Carvalho, if you could just stay there just in case there's any other questions. Do either of you council people have anything you want to pull?
Yes. 223.
Councilman Rudin would like to pull 223.
Okay.
Anything else? Councilwoman?
No, these are the others. Oh, yes, I have some questions on 219.
Okay, 219, Councilwoman Scarpa, are you planning on pulling 219?
No.
Okay. And either am I. So ask away if you wouldn't mind, Councilwoman Rudin.
Okay.
On 219, not pulling, but just asking questions.
Right, so this is an issue having to do with the removal of a statue of Christopher Columbus that was authorized by Mayor Parisi and has resulted in litigation between the township and Mayor Parisi for a very long time. The complainants have twice lost their case in court, and now this is being referred to litigation. I really just want mediation. I just really want to understand why, if they've lost twice, this is now being referred to mediation.
We don't have an attorney who is representing us in this present in the chambers tonight, right? Then perhaps the short answer is because the judge said so.
That's the court order.
Yeah.
It is court order.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably court-ordered mediation, but I'm not familiar with that case.
Okay, and then my other question with this was, this is going to an hourly rate of $400 per hour. There is a mediation group that provides mediation for 4 hours free. I'm not understanding the expenses involved in this, and there does not seem to be a cap in the hourly rate. And why aren't we using the American Arbitration Association? Wow. So those are my questions.
Unfortunately, I don't think anybody has the answers.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you specifically for this case, but generally, if you were going to go to the American Arbitration Association, you'd probably have to agree that that was binding. So that may be a reason not to do that. And usually if it's court-ordered mediation, there's usually some period of 6 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is that is free. And then after that, you have to agree to continue it. So there may be a situation where they don't have to continue the mediation. I'm not really sure, you know, it may not even be quartered mediation. So I don't know I'm not familiar with the specifics of this case, but hopefully that could be helpful background if anything.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Anything else, Council?
Yeah, I just don't understand, you know, those are the questions I have, which is, are we getting 4 hours of free mediation? We're being charged 4 hours, $400 per hour, and there's no cap on this.
Well, Mr. Moon is the one that did this resolution rather. So he would be the person that we would need to discuss that with.
Okay, so all of those questions I did ask in my
did?
questions that were submitted. And I did not get response.
So the answer that was given by the administration was that it's court mandated mediation and there's no cap on the fee.
That's right. And we can bifurcate this. Councilwoman, you're asking very good questions. There's no one who can answer them tonight. But I do know that according to the resolution, the judges ordered us to do this. So I would hesitate to not move forward on that, but let's get your answers as soon as possible. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes. So we'll pull this until we get the answers.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
now you know it's Mr. Moon, so just pass it through.
Okay, well, I did put it in all the questions and I didn't get a response.
Yes.
So,
I know, I read the questions and Mr. Moon is not among them, so we need to go after him to get these
Okay.
answers.
okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, oh, that's it for 219.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, please. Sorry.
So in response to her request, Mr. Burke, are you going to, so who's going to follow up on the question? Because this is the, pass the baton around to the attorney that's going to help us. So Mayor, just so you know, this is where I get frustrated. Councilwoman asked a question.
He did answer.
Mr. Burke's here.
You just
So,
read the answer. It wasn't answered.
yeah, but that answer is in,
The answer from Mark.
No cap on the mediation.
No
This is the
cap.
court mandated mediation.
That's Mr. Moon's response
Yes, it is.
because
That's not
he
the whole
just didn't
question.
answer questions.
It wasn't on our response.
Yes. it
So
was
if
not.
it just answered, he may have, that did not come through to us.
Well,
Okay.
what she just read was in the answers, but there were multiple questions that you asked that weren't answered.
yeah.
Right.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah,
And
they
I just suggest that you send an email to
No,
Mr.
no, no,
Sproul.
no. What I'm recommending, Council President, is that Mr. Burke takes care of that.
Right.
She shouldn't have to resend another question. Our attorney is here. You're representing us tonight. Whatever isn't answered, I appreciate if you could send to Mr. Moon and get the follow-up to make sure we have it for tomorrow.
Okay, I have an email here that the question request for October 16th council meeting agenda. And it says 219-25 litigation mediation. Are there any limits to our funding of this mediation, either a not to exceed or a time duration limit? I don't see any other part to that question.
Well, that's a question that I asked.
That was his
Yeah.
question, not my question.
So
She had a separate
Councilwoman-
page of questions.
so I'm wondering
Had other
if,
questions.
You didn't get that page.
That's the
maybe.
second part.
Council President, if I may.
that's all I see.
If I may.
I'm sorry.
If I may, let me just suggest this. Mr. Burke, I don't begrudge you
Yeah.
being able to serve us and get your hourly rate. But I think this can be done much more efficiently and cheaply, which is, let's get the questions that you asked, send them to the mayor and the assistant business administrator. Tell them that we need Mr. Moon's response as soon as possible and just give him the questions. Because obviously something broke in this process.
Will do.
Okay.
I don't think
Please.
you got them, because I don't see them. Anyway.
That could be,
Yeah.
that could be. This is not
Can-
a simple
Can I
process.
copy it on that as well? Because sometimes I like to follow up if
Absolutely.
nobody else is.
I'm sure if Councilwoman Rudin says clerk should be copied.
Well, then actually, Madam Clerk, you should always follow up for us, Council President, because we need some kind of.
We need
system.
continuity.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly follow up.
Well, it works most of the time.
Council President, I think another
Nate.
question that needs to be answered is this time sensitive? you're saying you're going to table it and wait for the answer, then when do you vote on it?
I'm not suggesting that we table it, and if
Okay.
somebody wants to table it, we'll take a vote, but I think the judge said we need to do this.
Right.
Let's get it done sooner rather than later. That's just my thought, but I'm 104, so I'm not suggesting to table it. If anybody wants to table it, then they need to pull it now, and we'll
Good.
discuss and vote on it.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody wants to pull it, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll still get answers.
okay. Councilman Scarpa, do you have anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and I don't have anything either.
So, all right, so I have here pulled 223-25, 224-25, and 230-25.
That's correct.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the consent?
I make a
agenda?
motion.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Now, 223-25, resolution authorizing the release of the performance bond posted by by Green Essex Partners Urban Renewal Entity to guarantee the installation of certain off-site improvements in the amount of $132,399.90, be released subject to posting a 2-year maintenance bond with the township in the amount of $48,513. Is there a motion to approve this? Remember, we have to, unless you don't want to discuss it at all.
No, we certainly can entertain a motion, but I don't think there's going to be a motion to approve this.
Or a motion to,
Oh,
right here.
oh, we can't have discussion unless we.
Yes.
I don't like that rule.
It saves a lot of time. If you're not going to vote on it, why are you going to discuss it? What's to discuss?
We want to understand, yeah, we want to understand what's going on.
I know everybody likes to make comments, but, and again, I'm not singling you out, but we are trying to move this forward. If it's something that can help us get stuff done
Yeah.
tonight.
Yes. it is.
Okay.
So,
Councilwoman.
so I was gonna pull this earlier in the day, but then I recalled when the owner of the property came in to, when we changed the ownership and we went through all of the questioning. So I had the same questions were already answered as guests. I forgot about that. So I was okay with it.
Okay.
So that's why I didn't pull it again, because we had that interrogation enclosed, so.
Yep, can't talk about closed. I don't know, does anybody else want to make a motion and then we can discuss it?
We have to make a motion to discuss?
Well,
Okay, I'll make a
Point
motion.
of order, you should make a motion either to table it or to vote on it or to pass it and then discuss once it's got a second and then vote on it.
yes. What he said.
So I guess I make a motion to vote on this and then we can discuss it.
Motion to
Yeah,
approve.
if you want to approve it, if you'd rather table it for another meeting, then you can
I
do that.
don't, I
But
want to table this.
Make that motion.
I want to make a motion to table this.
I'll second it.
You want a motion to
Alright.
table?
Mhm.
All right, discussion.
Okay. First of all, I think that there were issues having to do with tree replanting on this property that were not done. And I'd like to make sure that all of the landscaping was done before we approve this. And there may be other things as well, because we never really saw what was completed. And what the punch list was that they were supposed to do. It just says that they want their money back, and I get that.
Well, they did give us a punch list.
They
There's
gave us a punch list, and it
Exactly.
didn't say whether or not that
Exactly.
punch list was
Exactly.
met.
Yeah.
It would just said that it's on there. The other thing, and I don't know if this can be part of this discussion, but can we give them the dog park back? At no cost?
We are not going to settle that tonight as much as we would like.
Okay.
Ms. Carballo, do you have anything to add on this issue?
Well, they posted the maintenance bond for the landscaping, and they have about 2 years to do what they need to do with the landscaping in regards to the punch list.
Right, but haven't they had it for more than 2 years? Their property has been finished for more than 2 years. So my concern is that if it's not done by now, then we've hit that point.
Well, they just posted a maintenance bond for the landscaping and it doesn't expire until 2027.
So what is this for then?
This is to give them back the performance bond. Two
You
different.
see, when you approve, and let me explain it to you, the municipal land use law says that every time that you approve either something through zoning or planning, boards, they have to give you a performance bond. That
Mhm.
performance bond is typically 15% of whatever the cost.
Just speaking, like, but over, I think they can hear. Thank you.
So it's basically 15% typically of what a construction cost will be. In case, let's say the developer cannot finish the project. Once the project is finished, then they are entitled to their bond being returned to them. And in exchange, we typically get either a 2-year bond unless otherwise it's stipulated in the resolution and it's more time. So it's typically another 2 years maintenance bond. When that maintenance bond expires, we obviously got to go back and check and address it. If it's not, then it's taken out of the maintenance bond, but typically they don't want the insurance company, so they do take care of it.
Okay.
It's the
So-
same thing with construction projects.
So my question is that the council has not seen the list of completed off-site improvements. And we're just taking the guy who wants his money back, word that everything's done. But we don't see a list. We don't see everything that they were supposed to complete.
There is a letter from the consulting company that is working for the township, which is CME Associates. They are the ones who conducted all of the inspections on behalf of the township. And they're saying that everything is okay.
It says we have no, our inspections have revealed that all items have been installed in a satisfactory manner.
Mhm.
And what does that include? Is that just having to do with the building, not the landscaping?
It has to do with the outside.
Okay,
It deals with landscaping, it deals with the parking,
Ah.
it deals with the pavement, it deals with the stormwater.
okay. So, yeah, that's where I have some questions because the landscaping, from what I've been told, has not been done. And you're saying it has 2 more years from this point on?
They
Or
have
two-
2 years to address it.
Okay, so from what point? When does the clock start?
The date of the maintenance bond that was submitted, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was submitted last week.
Oh. Okay.
I wouldn't be writing these letters and asking you to give money back unless I get a maintenance bond first.
All right. And you're saying the maintenance bond is for another 48,000?
Mm-hmm,
Okay,
that's correct.
all right.
It's typically 10% of whatever the landscaping cost is. The fees or the calculations are basically done in accordance with the municipal land use law.
Okay, and how do you keep track of this?
That's why we paid this consultant to do that.
Okay,
And typically, if I have to, like, it has happened already on a lot of projects, I have to ask their engineer to give me an estimate, and then I sit down and I calculate it myself, and I tell them exactly what they need to give me.
okay. All right, so,
Does that change your
that
mind?
does change my mind.
Okay, so you want to rescind?
2 years. Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
So I'm reading from Robert Rules of Order. I never knew this. The chair must put the motion to table to an immediate vote. No discussion, no nothing, and then you can defeat that, and then you can make another motion.
Wow,
Yeah, I never knew that.
missed that.
Yeah, you vote on it. You learn something new every day.
Okay, so,
So we'll have to vote on this.
right, so
And
we
then
need to
we-
delete the last 10 minutes of the.
No, then you
video.
can make a motion to
Rescind.
amend.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor to table.
So we could just vote no.
I
We'll
rescind
vote
the
no.
motion to table.
Right, if the motion to table fails, the original motion is once again before the assembly. The council can then proceed to debate and amend the original motion. So we kind of went out of order, but
So we just vote no.
you would have to,
But no to
We all vote no.
Okay, so I make a motion to table. Let's vote.
well, yes, you did,
I
you
already
did
did
that.
that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
We're
So,
gonna all vote no.
No, I did
Table.
second it, she seconded.
I seconded. So we'll just vote no.
No to table.
right,
We'll just go on to vote no now.
right,
Mr.
exactly.
Burke, would it be okay if we didn't tell Captain
Robert?
Colonel Roberts that we're going to go out of order to just get done with this on the motion to table.
Well, now we know going forward, so.
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino,
To table, yes, no, no.
Councilwoman Rudin.
No.
Once.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
No.
Okay, now you can make your amendment to approve if that's what you wish to do.
Okay, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay.
Any discussion?
No.
God, no.
Let's move.
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa. Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, next is 22425, resolution authorizing the release of the performance bond posted by Arco Murray National Holdings, Inc., the developer of Trojan Storage, to guarantee the installation of certain off-site improvements in the amount of $10,150.08, be released subject to posting a 3-year maintenance bond with the township in the amount of $8,301.
Okay. So I guess my first question is,
Well, if you're going to discuss, you do have to make a motion.
I make a
And-
motion,
If you make a motion to table, according to Colonel Roberts, we don't discuss, we just vote.
Right, and if you make a motion to approve, you can always defeat it.
okay, I'll make a motion to approve this.
I'll second.
Okay,
Okay,
wait, okay, never mind, go on.
So now discussion.
now discussion.
Councilwoman.
So going to your last conversation with the maintenance bond. 'Cause so this is the same situation.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And this is just for the landscaping, which is a 3-year maintenance, because the resolution said it had to be 3 years.
okay. So in regards to the issue with the resident, I mean, I try to look at the information earlier. And I have to be honest with everyone, I didn't realize the slope, I was expecting a more of a pitch in the slope. I didn't realize it was a little, I was expecting like a cliff in the back. It's a little more like less slant, less severe than I thought it was, I guess the best way to put it. Are we gonna be doing any investigation on that, or was the investigation, or is there any other information that you didn't have to send us in regards to her complaint?
Basically, what I sent you is the investigation. I actually emailed them on Tuesday. And they went out there, I believe, yesterday, and then they sent me the picture for the soil erosion matting, which is the one question that you had. And that's pretty much it. I mean, they concluded all the inspections already. And obviously they dropped the letter saying that everything was, done in accordance with the plans. If more investigation needs to be conducted, the question then will be, who's going to be paying for that? Is the township going to be paying for it?
Would it come out of the performance bond or no?
No, I cannot use the performance bond for that. And typically what it does for the inspections, if you're gonna have CME do it, or whoever X, Y, and Z company, typically the applicant will submit escrow. He's not gonna submit any more money, he's finished. So not sure how are we gonna address this, or how much more can we address it? I mean, according to the inspector, there clearly shows the limit of disturbance on the matting picture, and it didn't reach, I guess, the fence.
Yeah, I saw that. So it was far away from the property.
Yes.
I also saw too, because I had the notes for the zoning condition of the map for the erosion. And that's why I had asked too, if that was completed, and that task was completed.
Yes, I told them, or I asked them to go back into the records and see what pictures they had, as well as to check it out.
And so do they still need to do more landscaping there, or?
I think most of the landscaping is completed. They did mention that one tree or one was down, probably because of the storm that we had recently, but I'm sure between now and then they will get it done.
Well, I went around the entire.
Hold on just a second. Councilwoman has the floor, so.
No,
just
I,
want
thank
you
you,
guys
and I
to-
appreciate that, because no, I wasn't done. So, no, well, the picture clearly shows where they didn't disturb the vegetation at the back of her property, but next to that, they did plant a bunch of trees along in the back there. And I was just trying to just verify that that was the property in question where they didn't disturb the vegetation, and then, then that was clarified for me. So I don't know, what's the timeline on this, if there's any additional investigation that could be done?
I will have to have somebody do the investigation. I mean, I didn't do the inspections. I wasn't even here when this was
Yeah.
started construction. I will have to ask CME, and obviously they're gonna basically have to build the township.
Did anybody talk to Mr. Biondi in regards to what he recalls when Mr. Lepore was here?
I haven't got the opportunity to talk to Mr. Biondi. I will have to give him a call. I know he was sent an email with the letter.
All right.
Today.
Yes.
Yeah, so he needs some time to respond, so I
The
think.
letter
we should-
dated what, 14? 2 days ago.
He received it 2 days ago and then he was sent it again.
This
I
was
can't
supposed.
respond
yeah.
for him. I know he does a lot of inspections and he's out a good amount of time, just as much as I do sometimes, if not more.
Okay, but now here's the problem, because we couldn't table, we needed to discuss, it's like, what,
It would go through the same thing. You could approve or not, and then, motion to. Bring it back next week.
and then you could bring it back next week if we
If
vote
you
no.
do a motion to table, then you would vote on that after you vote on this. You would
You
let
don't
this
have to
one
approve
fail,
this, right,
or
you
you
don't,
wouldn't,
right.
So you could let this fail, and then you could bring it back, it's not like an
Correct,
ordinance
yeah.
where you have to reschedule.
No,
it,
no.
And it costs us money and all that,
Right.
okay. Okay,
Just vote
yeah, I think we're better off waiting to.
Yeah.
At least, at the very
I-
least, get comments back from Mr. Biondi to see what was done in the past.
Okay.
I would also like to request that the homeowner be there. I think it's really improper that CME went onto her property without alerting her and without her
I'm not
being
sure if
there.
they went into their property. or
Yeah,
something.
there clearly was on the property. You could see from the pictures. So I think that the homeowner who knows exactly what the situation is should have been there to describe to the consultant about what has happened.
Are you done, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Councilwoman.
I just have a quick question. Were the trees that were replanted sticks, or were they mature trees? I mean, maybe there's not enough planted there to absorb.
I
know,
wouldn't be able to
to
answer
deal
that
with-
question.
We don't know. What was?
I'm sure it's a variety of landscaping between,
Right, that typically is usually nothing compared to what's taken down, and
Mhm.
that could be why you would have all these problems. There's no root systems to absorb all of that. Was the problem when this project was first?
This was. You done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
This was done on a steep slope, more than 15% grade. There was a lot of concern when this was built. And the homeowners who lived above this were out speaking about it and they were concerned that this would happen and this did happen. And I walked the entire property, and in the back, so many trees that may have been up are now down, dead, and left. Also, they're planting that I looked over the entire map and counted out every single tree. They have 2 trees on the side. They did plant decent sized trees, I have to say, for the most part. The trees are a decent size, except for 7 trees around the front of the garbage, where they're trying to hide the garbage. They planted these little tiny baby, I don't even know what they are, but they were supposed to be sour gum trees that were supposed to have at least a 2.5 caliper, that they didn't plant what they said that they were going to do, and they didn't plant along another side, but they did do a fair amount of planting, but they also left a lot of grade just empty. So clearly something is happening that has weakened the integrity of the water absorption there and is affecting the residents' property. So I would really like, your department, either through you or through CME, to make a date with Mrs. Goodman and get out there and reevaluate. Also to look at the planting system, which I feel is not awful by any means, but it's not completely in compliance with what they said they would do.
That's serious, then they shouldn't get the fund back.
I guess I will have to contact CME, and I guess when the bill comes, I will have to speak to the CFO how we're gonna pay it. Because I don't have any accounts on my end to pay for an inspection and for what, according to the letter, to conduct an engineering and environmental study of what, the ramifications are of the construction.
Is it possible to speak with the Trojan Storage? Are they the original owners? Because it had a different name when the application came forward.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. But I do know for a fact they submitted also their performance bond maybe last week. And they're looking,
They want their money back. We get it.
obviously.
Maybe they need to do the job right. Do the right plantings.
Well, it just disturbs me that there seems to be such different perspectives between the homeowner and CME on this issue. And I'm not clear if the construction of the project incidentally or accidentally damages an adjacent property, is that something that is covered under the performance bond of the project? Because it sounds like what they were looking at was, did the applicant fulfill its obligations? Do I misunderstand that?
When you go do an inspection for one of these projects, you gotta make sure the outside looks more or less equivalent to the plans that were approved.
Okay.
Now, to evaluate an adjacent piece of property that is offsite, okay?
Yeah.
And make a determination as to whether or not this construction cause any, I would say, a structural damage or integrity to the other properties is a completely different study and a completely different professional. And you also got to look at the existing conditions versus what the proposed conditions are. I am not sure if anyone has any clear study of what the properties were under the, let's say, prior to construction conditions. So it would be, me as an engineer, I'll be honest with you, it would be difficult for me to make that determination. And it will be something that you will need basically a professional to go out there and really see if there's any settlement on the foundation. What does the walls reveal? Is this something that has been going on maybe little by little? I mean, houses do settle little by little until finally they don't settle no more. They will also have to take a look and see which pipes that she's saying that, are now, I guess, above ground.
Yeah, that's what she says.
So is this something that would need to be like I said, it is not just more than a visual inspection. It was something that would require a professional to go out there who is an expert on geotechnical and structural engineering to, I would say, write a technical report objectively.
Right, but what I question is, why would CME go out if they had a very limited role here? Why would they go out and purport to do this not investigation, but whatever, to review the adjacent property and basically say they didn't find any of the conditions that the homeowner is alleging? So,
I mean,
I can understand if they went up to the back of the slope of the property, of the developed property, and they said, okay, this is what the planning board said you got to do. They did all of that. But that's not what they said. They said they looked at the property and didn't see any of, at least
It's a visual inspection, also looking at the limit of disturbance. Every time that you do construction, you gotta look at the limit of disturbance. So if you haven't really, if somebody's telling you, you damaged my fence, right? You expect that the limit of disturbance will be up to the fence.
But it's not.
But it's
We've seen the pictures, yes. And it's probably 15, 20 feet.
So that's the reason why they went out there. Because I told them, I'm like, can you please take a look at this? I even provided them with some of the comments that were in the letter. Obviously, I didn't go into the whole studies and the other stuff. But they clearly told me, if you look at the pictures, you see that the limit of disturbance, the LOD, doesn't extend all the way to the property line or AKA the fence.
Yes, and we saw the pictures. That certainly seems to be the case. So is your advice that we should actually approve this and try to deal with the separate issue of the potential damage to the homeowners, the adjacent homeowners' property at some separate way?
I would refer more to like, I guess, the legal department. I mean, we have developers are, how would I say this? The township hires a consultant, right? A professional who says that everything is being done properly and that it is okay to release their bond. So would it be any legal ramifications, and they already gave us also their maintenance bonds and we don't return their money?
It's possible. I mean, I've never dealt with this before. It's more of a dispute between the two individual property owners at this point. Maybe that's part of the problem. It's hard to say what, if we're getting approval from an expert that we should release it, that we can, put it off for too long.
Can I just make a suggestion? Since the next council meeting is a couple of weeks away, that would give us a couple of weeks to figure out what our next steps would be and what the law is. I'm sure this has come up before. I'm sure the law covers this issue of an adjacent property alleging damages. And I'm not sure whether we as a township or the planning board has a liability or exposure to that. I don't know. I haven't heard this either. Would there be any damage to either property's rights if we put off this bond for a couple of weeks?
I'm sure if I tell the developer that it will be on the next council meeting, and hopefully by then we have some answers maybe from the construction official who happened to be out there. And also an answer from our legal department of whether or not this is a civil matter, because if it is, then.
Yeah, we should establish that.
I was
Mayor.
going to say, it does sound like a civil matter, listening to this and seeing the pictures, but I also wonder, our steep slopes ordinance was already in place, and that there must have been geotechnical reports issued that either CME, someone has to look at to see if they complied with that.
I wouldn't be able to say since I wasn't part of the application.
But I mean, something that
approval
you're looking
process.
at, if you're going to question this, right? If you're going to question it, that would be something to look at.
To see if they exist.
Okay, so have we finished discussion? We have a motion on the floor.
If I
Motion to
could,
approve.
Council President, just
Yeah.
as a point of order, I would recommend not voting it down and not approving it. If you don't want to approve it tonight, I would postpone the motion to approve to the next meeting. So I would someone can make a new motion to postpone this approval till the next council meeting.
Okay,
Because then we're not saying we're denying this, we're voting it down. We're just saying we're putting this off till the next meeting.
okay. Did you guys hear that? I know
Isn't
you were
that
talking.
tabling?
Did you hear?
Do I need, that's tabling it, isn't it?
But do I need?
It's
but-
tabling it, but you can discuss it. If you say I'm postponing it to X date, you can discuss that. It's just tabling it is, right now we got to vote on it. You can do a motion to table if you'd prefer to do that too.
But I made a motion to approve it, so
So if someone
send it.
moves, you can withdraw it if you want,
Yeah.
or someone can motion to put it off to the next meeting or
I'll
table.
rescind my approval motion.
And I second.
And then I'll make a motion to
Let's
move
go.
it to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion?
Well, the only further discussion is that I really would like the homeowner to be involved in this process.
Well, I would.
Well, What exactly,
No,
what exactly
Wait,
is it
wait,
that,
time. Yes,
what
please.
exactly is it that I'm being asked to do? Or what is it that you're looking for? Because if it is indeed a civil matter, I don't think
Yeah.
it is appropriate for the township to be involved or in us being sending our, how would I say this, consulting professional that works on behalf of the township to be involved on this.
Yeah, you got to let legal decide that.
I think we're agreed on that. I think legal has to weigh in on whether we even have a role in this. I think that's what we need to be the first step, and then we'll see where we go from there. Right? Is that?
Yes, there was clear concern before this happened that what happened would happen, and now it happened. So,
Allegedly.
well, allegedly it happened, and now I'd like to know what the liability is for the storage company.
And we need.
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to answer that.
I know you can, I know you can,
But
but
somebody needs to review and make sure the steep slope ordinance.
Yeah.
is followed. Whose job is it to do this now after the fact?
All I can do is request the records for this application when it was approved from the planning or zoning board and see exactly what was approved and have, any input from our legal department.
That's why you hold this money, because if the steep slope ordinance was not followed, then they're liable to fix some of the problems, right?
Okay, guys, we have spent way too much time on this. We have a motion to reconsider at the next council meeting. Is that what you wanted to do?
Yes.
Okay,
To postpone it.
and you seconded.
Until the
to
next,
postpone.
yeah.
Okay, so we've got that. I think we've drained this. So
Okay.
let's-
Yes.
Let's go to vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries to postpone. Okay,
2:30.
all right, hold on, I'm so sorry, I'm just making a couple notes. All right,
And it was-
2:30.
Wasn't referring to the time of our council meeting.
Yeah. 2:30:25, resolution authorizing the collector of taxes to extend the grace period for the 2025 fourth quarter taxes.
How is it not on our agenda?
I don't have.
It is.
You got the revised.
In the red.
Oh, in the revised.
Well, that was the one she left in here when we got here.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
think, Madam Clerk, have you made copies for everybody?
I left them earlier as well.
Okay, okay,
With
so
the
you got the
calendar.
actual draft.
Yeah, it was with the
resolution?
calendar and the revised agendas.
Right, right.
This was the revised. Where's
Yeah.
2:30?
So we've
So
discussed
maybe
this, we've discussed this earlier today, and I just flagged this because it looks like we need to change the first sentence, which says municipal budget is not scheduled to be adopted until October 16th.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's.
So we need to just change that. We're gonna need a motion to amend.
The date to October 28th,
I'll
2025.
make that motion to amend it to
I'll
the
second.
Okay,
next meeting date.
Okay,
all right.
but I think
Council-
the rest of this is good.
Right.
And I don't think there's any need to further discuss. Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so I want to do a vote on that amendment.
please.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries to amend. And now I need a motion to approve with the amendment as amended.
Oh, I have just a quick discussion.
Well, we have to
Okay.
do the
I'll make a motion to approve it
as amended.
I'll second.
as amended.
Okay, and now you can discuss.
Okay, just Mayor, when this does get resolved and fourth quarter bill goes out, can there be a letter to the public with the fourth quarter tax bill? That, explaining, and then any other pertinent.
How about the sewer bill? The getting the account numbers for the usage model.
Yeah, they
That
got
has to-
numbers for the sewer bill too. We could ask people for that in a letter. Whenever we do a tax bill, and it's a great opportunity to send out a letter to get
Yes,
information.
we have been asking for the sewer. I think in most of our tax communications, we'll have a letter for the bill, and then we'll have yeah, you're right. When you pay it online, we do request your account number for American Water. We'll also put a big blast on the website with the new date and, we'll get the word out. about
Okay,
the-
it could be in the letter too, because,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, that was my comment, thanks.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes,
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Wait. What are we voting on?
Voting to change the date.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
yeah, we're voting on we're voting on the resolution to approve the resolution as amended.
Yes.
All right, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries. Council President, we do have to do the public hearing on the budget amendment, number 1. Did you want to do that before we go to the ordinances?
Yeah, let's do that because there's hardly anybody here.
Okay,
So I don't know if,
There is a script that I left for you.
oh, you did? Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you emailed it.
Yeah, and I also made a hard copy. It wouldn't be in there. It would be in the papers I left. Yeah, those papers.
I'm just looking at this. How would I ever was?
I don't have it. That's weird. All I've got's the calendar.
I didn't take it from you.
But I do have your email.
Okay.
Just gotta find it.
Yeah, anytime there's any changes that are made, I always make the copies at your seat prior to the meeting, so before you put anything down on top of them, just take a grab and thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I would think it was here, but
Yeah,
I don't,
I can make a copy if you like.
I'll just get the email. If I can get my cursor to move. Okay, I got it. And you have yours?
Yep.
Okay. Let's make this realistic.
Okay.
The meeting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Kukoviac.
Present.
This is the time for the public hearing on the municipal budget amendment number 1 for 2025. The amendment was advertised in the Star Ledger as required by law on October 12th, 2025, together with this notice of hearing for this date and time. A copy of the budget amendment resolution was posted to our website, and printed copies are available this evening for anyone desiring one. Up at the table.
Before opening this hearing, I wish to outline the procedure. Each person desiring to be heard will rise and give his or her name and address before speaking. I will recognize one speaker at a time in order of rising as nearly as I can determine. Address all questions to the chair. Where necessary, they will be referred to individual members of the governing body, municipal officials, or our advisors. Questions must be confined solely to the municipal budget amendment before us. School or county matters are not proper subjects for this hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I now declare open the public meeting of the municipal budget amendment for 2025. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Please raise your hand and be recognized.
We have a winner.
Oh, my God.
Ms. Silvestri, please state your name and address and go at it.
Good evening, Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I just have a couple of comments. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Jatiniak for all the hard work he's done. I sat through a great many of the budget workshops, and his patience and his knowledge were very impressive. And I appreciate him taking so much on for the difficulties of this budget process. I think everyone should take some responsibility for the length and the depth of the budget process. But I appreciate Mr. Jatiniak being so professional, patient, and heartfelt in his comments tonight. And appreciate all the work that the council, the administration, the Citizen Budget Advisory Board did to reduce the increase. I know that there was a hope to get to 0%. That was because of other circumstances, was never going to happen, but everyone did a really good job. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silvestri. Would anyone else like to speak? Observing no further applicants from the floor, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Second?
Who, did you move? Who moved?
Yeah, I moved. So moved.
Okay,
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, sir.
She seconds.
I just have one question.
No, because we're not voting on it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Roll call. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay.
Okey-dokey. Next is,
Ordinances on second and final? reading?
yes. 2939-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.1, handicap parking on streets of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, Rollinson, Wellington, and 19 McKinley. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries. Public hearing.
Oh, public hearing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, now is the time for the public hearing on second and final reading for the ordinance 2939-25, an ordinance and amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.1, handicap parking on streets of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange on Rollinson, Wellington, and McKinley. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this ordinance and this ordinance only? Please raise your hand and be recognized by the chair. You can then come to the podium and speak for up to 5 minutes only on this subject. Do I see any hands? Anyone like to speak? I'm seeing no hands. I'm closing the public hearing on ordinance 2939-25. Is there any discussion? Yes, there is.
So here's, and I hate to think this way, but driving down in the valley the other night and even in my neighborhood, again, I've seen handicap stalls without the handicap taggings on them. And I'm gonna ask the administration to make a note to the police chief. People need to get ticketed. They need to be mindful and they need to, our officers, if they see them, because I'm hearing different things, this whole area, and I know you do your due diligence, you ask what you need to ask for. But, after that, somebody comes, it's not on you anymore, it's on the police department enforcement. And we had all those folks come this evening and they're very stressed, and here's some more in that neighborhood. And I'm telling you that it really needs to be looked at, some of them, because I've reported you in the past that people have moved and the stall's still there. And or whatever reason the person themselves moves. So we could just be careful and make sure it's enforced, because it's taking away parking off the street from others who need the parking as well.
Yes, and my understanding is that you require proof
Yes,
in order
they-
to,
Yes.
They come
But
with
if-
their handicap from their doctor, their driver's license, everything that they got from the DMV. And
Yeah.
they give us copies of those and then, I even have them fill out a little form and everything.
But I think sometimes what happens is, because if somebody caught one of their neighbors, is that they have a long, see, that's the other problem too. They're asking for the parking from the street and they have plenty of parking in their driveways. So that's where I'm a little confused. Why do we give these spots out when they have parking in their driveway?
If somebody is handicapped and they come and ask for parking, there's no way for me to know, especially if there's a two-family home or multiple dwellings, if whether or not they use their driveway. It's the same thing as if anyone who in the valley parks in the street and then their driveway's empty. It's nothing I can do, nor the police, to enforce them and tell them you have to park in your driveway.
Okay, well, again, we need to do a sweep to see that people with the stickers are actually in the spots.
I think a lot of times, I don't even know, I'm chiming in, but just from experience, a lot of times they're for pickups as well. They may not even drive, but they get picked up in front of the house and the handicap spot is there so that they can be picked up by family member or a dial-a-ride or something like that.
Yeah, we had one incident when I remember the neighbors came to us telling us that the handicap space was not being used. And then it turned out that the person who was handicapped wasn't really the driver. And it was basically being used so that they could bring this person back and forth from physical therapy.
I know, and listen, that's why we do them, but I had to report one that had a motorcycle in it. So like, let's let's be real here. So we just have to be on top of
Well,
it.
that's
all-
revenue gen.
That's all I'm asking, because you want to make sure the people who need it are getting the service. But when we find out other people are abusing it, we got to figure a way to catch the abusers. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
We'll work with the chief and see if there is a recertification program. Some towns
Yeah.
will do that, where they send notices out to all the
That's a good idea.
handicap spot holders and have them recertify. We can discuss.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rude.
So 6 McKinley has a very large driveway right next to it. It's completely flat. This is the exact type of situation that
Yes.
my council colleague is bringing up, where people have their driveways and then they get a spot so that they're kind of taking over the street and limiting. Is there some policy that can be enacted prior to giving them a parking spot, especially when they have a flat driveway directly next to their house that they can walk right into?
That's a legal question, right? Is it illegal to do that?
All I can say is that every time that they come, they provide their information. We go out there and we check if the handicap space is indeed feasible. There are times when you have a property that have front yard on both sides. I typically pick one that will be feasible to put the parking, or others where it is not feasible. And all I can do is provide them a handicap space somewhere else in the street. Maybe not in front of somebody else's property, but maybe in front of like a park or something like that, where, it could be used by everyone to address their need for a handicap space, but it's not just for their use.
Councilwoman.
I'm concerned about that one house, which has a very long and extensive driveway, why that one would be given.
Yeah, there's.
Once again, I'm not an investigator.
Right.
To be, how to say this, questioning their need for a handicap space. If they're coming to the office and they provide that they need it, whether it is for them or a family member,
There's no.
and they have a driveway, who am I to be telling them you have to use your driveway and that's why I'm not gonna give you the handicap space?
Well, that's exactly the kind of,
No.
that's exactly what we're asking the dynamic traffic to look at, which is that we have to give priority to the houses that don't have driveways. And you know, if it's a reasonable driveway that looks like it's very close to the home and it's walking, it's easy to traverse from the driveway to the front door. I'm not so sure that that's, you know, that's an appropriate give.
Okay, I'll just flag this again. What is the problem that we can solve tonight? I understand there's a problem, but what is the problem we can solve tonight?
The police do enforcement if people are
Right,
using the
but
spots.
It's not something we have to take a vote on or anything like that. But it's clear that, you know, the administration should do this. And the mayor had her hand up, so I'm
Well-
sorry, I didn't mean to jump, Councilwoman Rudin. It looked like you were finished,
I
but
think that I think that there should be a better process. I don't think, you know, they come with the handicap parking sticker. I've heard many times from the residents who are there, who are saying that people are having handicap stickers. They get them from their doctors. They don't necessarily need it and their car doesn't move. Except, you know, it's a holding spot for when other family members come back late at night and then they go right into their driveway. So I do think that there has to be a better process because we're talking about such limited space.
okay, we'll move it to new business and we'll discuss whether to create an ordinance. Mayor,
Just looking up the same address, and I think it would be discriminatory if someone comes to you and, and then you question it. But at the 6 McKinley, there is in fact a long driveway, but there's no access to the side of the house. And the front of the house, it's a pretty steep retaining wall with a lot of stairs. So I don't know how you would handle that.
that's why I think we need to move it to new business and discuss whether we want to develop an ordinance. I don't even know whether it's an existing ordinance or a policy or a statute. I don't know. But again, we're not going to solve this right now. What we can solve is whether to approve this on second and final reading. Is there any other discussion?
No, but I'll have a comment in new business.
Great. Madam Clerk,
Okay, is there a motion to approve on second and final reading?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rudin?
Same thing.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Castellino?
Right now,
To
yeah.
approve, yes. Councilwoman Rudin?
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. Okay, ordinances on first reading.
2941-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Restricted parking stalls will be established in front of 6 McKinley Avenue, 6 Kling Street, 38 Mitchell Street, and 136 Rawlinson Street for the exclusive use of the residents who are in possession of a New Jersey MVC disability ID and parking placard. These stalls were requested by the residents of each location and are permissible under New Jersey statutes annotated. 39:4-197.7. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So I'll introduce it.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
2941?
Yes.
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay.
Okay. 2943-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-29.1, speed limits in general, 7-30, mid-block crosswalks, and 7-10.2, stopping or standing prohibited during certain hours on certain streets on certain days of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. This ordinance amends Chapter 7, subsection 29.1, subsection 30, and subsection 7-10.2 of the revised ordinances. The ordinance establishes a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit on Woodland Avenue, Forest Avenue, Ellis Street, and Redwood Avenue on weekdays between 8 to 10 a.m. and 3 to 5 p.m. in the vicinity of Redwood School when children are normally present. The ordinance deletes a mid-block crossing on Redwood Avenue that has moved previously to Redwood Avenue and Cannon Street. The ordinance establishes no stopping or standing zones on Woodland Avenue, Redwood Avenue, and Nicholas Avenue during school drop-off and pickup hours where parents have been circumventing the established drop-off procedure at Redwood School by parking on neighboring streets and creating a safety hazard. This change is part of a larger program to improve visibility and safety within the Redwood School Zone. At all other times, the speed limit on these listed streets will remain at 25 miles per hour. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Just a quick comment.
You have a comment?
Yeah, just real quick. I just want to thank Ms. Kabala. You know, my daughter was in first grade with the child that got killed over there many years ago, and it's always just been such a tough pickup spot there because people just come flying up and down Woodland Avenue, and they try to cut through the other streets, and you know, just with Target gonna, you know, come our way, and I know parents in the area, because I've talked to them, have been, you know, worried about that. So again, we just gotta look at enforcement and just hopefully everybody's gonna follow this, you know, the slower speed. So, but thank you for your efforts.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to thank you for doing this so quickly and responding to the need. It is really dangerous. I see cars parked all the way up Woodland Avenue, parents getting out of their car. It's just an accident waiting to happen, and I so appreciate that you did this and so quickly, and I hope that you have the money to make the signs really soon. I know that's a concern of yours, and let us know.
All right.
Okay, pending matters, new matters, council discussion. We have a matter on Dogwood Green Dispensary asking for a request for a 30-day extension of their cannabis license.
Isn't it a request for a 30-day extension to apply for? a
Yes,
license
I'm sorry.
extension?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So everybody knows it's a 1-year license, and Dogwood is asking for a 30-day extension for them to file. Is there any discussion?
The attorney is here. Oh, the owner, I'm sorry. Yeah, in case you have any questions. No.
Yeah, I would like to know.
Yeah,
the reason.
could we just get your name? I'm sorry.
Whitney Oldham,
Miss Golden?
Oldham,
Oldham, sorry.
Yeah. OLDHAM.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Oldham?
The need for the extension.
We actually no longer have a need for the extension as our renewal has been submitted. It was submitted last week. So it was more of a formality in that we had a bit of a clarity issue understanding the renewal process initially. And once we were understood and we connected with the clerk, we immediately filed our extension, or we filed for the extension, and then we immediately filed our renewal documents after that.
And are you a new owner or?
No, I'm
No, you
the
were the
original owner.
owner.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
51% owner.
Okay, because I
There were,
Yeah,
there's
there's a few
there's a
months-
cohort of us.
yeah, okay. Yes, I remember that. I remember that. Okay.
And then just so the council understands, when they submit their documents, the clerk's office forwards them to the Board of Education,
Yeah.
Fire Department, Police Department, Police Chief specifically, the Fire Chief, the Health Officer, or Director, and I think that's it. Oh, no, the zoning official. And then they have 14 days where they can come back and make any comments. So, you know, we're in that period right now, so they couldn't renew tonight even if they wanted to, because we need to give that courtesy of the 14 days for any commentary to come back. So, but they submitted everything, you know, everything was in order.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Is it appropriate to ask you about the handicap door or something?
Oh, is this the one?
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
I-
yes.
Can you, I'm sorry. I didn't know if it was appropriate enough, or else I would have just asked you right then and there. So we had a comment earlier in the evening from, I guess from, from.
Jennifer Ivory.
Yes. I don't know, if she's obviously been to your,
Yes.
facility. So my question is, because I remember with the drive-throughs, we don't allow the drive-throughs, but don't you have to be handicap accessible to come through the front door? Because there's a whole security process.
Yeah, so
to enter.
two points. Yes, there is definitely a security process to enter. You enter the building, we check your ID, and then we check your ID again at point of sale. For our differently abled customers, wheelchair bound, mobility issues, single parents, what we're, I guess, if I may, what we're tentatively proposing is a pickup window, for the sake that currently ADA customers or wheelchair bound, differently abled customers have to enter through our rear staff door, be brought through the staff area to the sales floor. So there is 100% accommodations for wheelchair bound and other folks with different abilities. So I guess what we're proposing is just an equitable shopping experience for the ADA community.
So we had extensive conversations when we had the task force, and the whole reason we did not move forward with that request was because of the security issues with the facility, and, the whole point, you're coming through the front door, you're getting seeing their identifications and whatnot. So you're supposed to make the front access handicap accessible for them so they can come and go easily in your facility. So I don't know why this is an issue now when you went through with the planning board. Shouldn't that been addressed then?
When we went through the planning board, and I don't want to, I guess, maybe this isn't, I don't want to be quoted because I don't remember the exact process, but we were basically allowed the accommodation to bring wheelchair bound folks through the staff entrance, even though it wasn't compliant or was, I would want to,
Okay.
I won't, I would want to cite, have our
Sure.
attorney cite it, but there was basically we were allowed the exception to bring folks in the staff door as opposed to.
So that's a
Not the-
problem,
yeah.
because the whole point of each building and the other store owners, because in fairness to them,
Right.
and even the cultivator that was just waiting here all night too, part of it is with your security mechanisms.
Right.
And so having people come through the back
And we
door,
still we ID them before they enter.
yeah, but there's a whole, if I,
So
again, I don't want to get into it.
I don't
'cause
wanna
I'm
cite it
legal
'cause I
needs to
don't
talk
know it.
about it, but
Exactly.
I mean, the whole process was there for
I mean,
a
it was
reason.
approved, yeah, 100%. Our current ADA process was approved and was zoned and all of those things. I guess what we're proposing within our renewal or adjacent to our renewal is this pickup window to fully democratize the shopping experience.
Yeah.
but-
Well, yeah, I get that, but that's not
No.
what the task force and I believe in.
The planning
ordinance,
board did
it's
not approve,
it
the planning
wasn't
board
in
did
there.
not approve that window.
Right.
Planning board.
So I guess
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm unsure. So what I'm, given that there's still feedback to come on the renewal and that what we're requesting is that these new SOPs for the pickup window be considered separate from our renewal. I guess that's what we're requesting at this point.
Council President, I have a question.
Yes, please.
So Ms. Oldham, how about in the front of your building though, would it be possible to make that a ramp?
Well,
You're right by the driveway. There's not a lot of grading involved.
absolutely. When we initially went in front of the zoning board, that was something that we had proposed, but the property that we lease literally stops at the front of our 6 inches from our front doors. So it was town property.
Oh.
And the zoning wasn't approved for a ramp.
Really?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's,
So they're forcing you to be out of compliance with ADA.
no, they are in compliance. They were approved by the planning board. What I'm suggesting, instead of this window, because that's not going to get approved, to look at the front of the shop to make a ramp there.
I mean, that would be fantastic.
I don't know what would be town property on this already.
Yeah,
built.
that's what was odd about the whole scenario is that we had planned to put a ramp and then when we got our survey, it wasn't our property to add a ramp to. And then I guess if I may ask, and I know that there's, if I may ask, I guess as the business owner, it was never, we talked about security concerns about the pickup window. And I guess as I don't know what they are, to be transparent. So if that is possible to receive some feedback on that at some point, or at least see the documents maybe from our zoning hearing and what the concerns were.
The chief of police is the only person that sees the security plan. The attorney doesn't, no one else sees it
Okay.
except for him. So he would have to address that directly.
Okay.
So I would have your attorney, reach out to him maybe and
Absolutely.
tell him that
Okay, yeah,
you want
absolutely.
that specifically answered.
Yeah, that would be.
And if I could just jump in here, from my memory, seems so long ago since.
It was actually about just shy of 3 years ago.
But remember, even with, the trucks coming in and drop-offs and pickups and deliveries, there's a whole process you had, again, it's confidential. You had a whole process with that and being secured. So to
Right.
have a drive-through window kind of defeats the purpose of the other mechanism in place for your security of your establishment. So it could be something there, and we'll let the chief talk to you. And again, but what concerns me too with the planning board decision to, and I understand their decision to try to help you as a business owner, it kind of like, I'm more concerned why the ramp wasn't done and how the access wasn't.
I'm just looking at it.
Yeah,
now.
how
I'm
they
wondering
did
if anyone else-
accommodate her through the proper channel because of the whole issue with the security with these entities. So again, I'll talk to the chief,
Okay.
but it was all about security and
Yes, yeah, okay. So.
yeah, that's why.
Yes, again, we're not going to solve this problem tonight. We've opened the Pandora's box, but there's more to be done
100%.
outside of a council meeting.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to stay this.
No,
this
it's fine.
late
Thank
for
you
this.
guys and thank you for your
Thank you.
service.
Yes.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the 30-day extension?
She doesn't need it.
Didn't she do it?
She did it. She doesn't need it anymore. She applied.
Oh, right.
She stayed here the entire night to tell us that she didn't.
Well, according to
Thank
her
you for
attorney,
hanging
she
in there.
does need it,
Oh,
because I spoke to the attorney.
Oh.
So I would ask for a motion and an approval of the 30-day extension. I don't know
okay,
why
well,
she's
there's no
saying.
downside.
I'll make a
Yeah.
motion to extend her for 30 days.
Okay,
I'll second.
thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on one last question. on-
Wait. You have to be recognized, Councilwoman. I know almost always when you say stuff, it's important. But we've got to have some control over this. And I'm the person that's supposed to do this. So please, I'm not just singling you out. Everybody. Let's one at a time, please. Councilwoman Rudin.
Okay, the question that I wanted to raise is, how do we go about reevaluating this? There are dispensaries that have drive-throughs throughout the country. We would not be the first one to do this. Is there some way that this business can be brought back before a planning board or zoning board to evaluate that? I know we went through once, but in 3 years, a lot of dispensaries that look very similar to this are doing this successfully.
Well, the applicant resubmits everything, like literally every single document that they submitted the first time around, including their security plan, and if they have any changes or amendments or whatever, and the zoning official does is asked to review and then make her comments. So,
So the applicant should know that she has an opportunity if she wants to revisit this.
well, yeah,
To what? To the planning
She would
board?
have to go back.
I would, yeah,
Zoning.
I would think that
What
the
is it?
zoning official may
Time.
make a comment and say yay or nay, it's a good idea or it's not, based on what is in the application. And then her attorney can get involved at that point.
Councilman Rudin, you done?
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'm going to highly advise against that because of the work that we did do at the task force with, again, there's with the hiccups, like, so then if you're going to allow the window, then why go through all the rigmarole with the security vans coming with the process that they have to go through there. And I'll talk to you about that offline because I don't like to talk to security about security online. But that's all my comment for that, but I also have something else for public comment. There,
For public comment,
I mean,
you're about 3 hours.
pending
Oh, okay.
matters.
So, we have cleared the printed agenda for new matters.
Yes.
I have mentioned earlier today, or earlier this evening, that we should consider, modifications to our ordinance, having to do with, the handicap parking. So I have also asked Mr. Burke to give us a rundown, a status report on all of the ordinances that the council has approved in new business. So, and I think this should be a regular occurrence every council meeting, that whatever ordinances we have requested and approved in new business, that we get a status update at the next council meeting on where these things stand and where the next steps are. And I think that will help us move some of these, some of this legislation ahead faster until things change, in our administration. So at some point, I do want to address both of those, but it sounds like we have a question or a comment from Councilwoman Castellino, who wants also to talk about something on new business.
Yeah, mine's, something else, not ordinance related. It's more about a request from for the mayor for a meeting.
Oh, okay, well,
Just let me know when you want me to say something.
okay. So shall we address the outstanding ordinances that the council has approved in new business? Please, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Council President. There's 4 different ones that we have right now. The Tree of Heaven ordinance is with the town attorney's office. The fire pit ordinance, we submitted our comments to the administration. They had a meeting about it, and I believe at the next council meeting, there's going to be a presentation by some people from the fire department on concerns about the fire pits. The West Essex Highlands, we are reviewing. We should have our review completed at the beginning of next week. And the agenda ordinance process ordinance amendment, our recommendation would be to bring that up without the timeframes that were added to it. But I did want to clarify with the council exactly what process you wanted to do for that moving forward. If you wanted to do that without the timeframes, or if you wanted to change that process some other way.
Well, I think Councilwoman Rudin made the most current amendments, correct?
To the agenda process?
Yeah, to that,
I really don't remember
So
Seems like so long ago.
I'm more focused on the others. The agenda process was one that you suggested, so I think that's really your.
yeah, I did, but it got changed while I was.
So if I could, Council President, the way it was drafted and provided to us was prior to introduction, each proposed ordinance requiring or permitting administrative action shall be submitted to the clerk by the council or council member. The clerk shall immediately forward the ordinance to the business administrator, township attorney, and head of the affected department. We think that's all fine. Each of these officials shall review the proposed ordinance and submit written comments to the township clerk within 5 business days of receiving it. On the 5 business days following receipt of all comments, the township clerk shall immediately distribute the comments to the members of the township council. So all of that is fine. We just disagree with the 5 business day timeframe because so often these ordinances are not simple things like just changing the, cost of a parking permit or something. It's something more complicated that's going to require some review. So putting a time limit like that on it is going to require people to not immediately not meet it or have the council take the business up without the review being completed if there's a strict 5 business day timeframe. So we would recommend keeping that process, but taking the time limit out or changing it some other way with, the council president suggested, like we're doing right now, doing a status update. Maybe there's, the council wants to add something that there should be a status update on each ordinance for each meeting that's pending, that's another option.
Oh, yeah, we could probably add that paragraph.
Okay, so
Please.
I think that there has to be a time frame. I can see what's going on with the other 3 issues. The Tree of Heaven has been lingering for 2 months. It's still with the attorney. We as a council have made other changes. It hasn't gone back to the attorney with and which attorney?
The township attorney, Mr. Trank.
Okay, so that's taken way too long. It's a very, very simple ordinance. We've all agreed on it. And I sent you I sent you the revisions
Hold on, just.
according to what you had requested. I don't know if you've read it, but I made all of the changes that you requested.
We'll talk about it more.
Okay, so I think that there needs to be a time frame. If 5 isn't 5 business days, then I'll suggest 7 business days. That's a week and a half for the agenda process. Because I think there has to be a time frame. I'm seeing that these ordinances get stuck. And we have ample evidence to show that.
Yeah.
There also should be a time frame for the attorney.
What do you mean a time frame?
Well, the attorney can't just sit on it for
Oh, the
2
town
months.
attorney.
Yes.
Yes, it's a sticky wicket. Mr. Burke, do you have any response to that other than your suggesting is that we don't put a time limit on it?
Yeah, we would just recommend no time frame because I certainly understand the council's frustrations with the current situation, but you're amending the code permanently, indefinitely moving forward. And, hopefully the current situation gets resolved and then, there's a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more discussion and better communication. And then this isn't an issue that you need to worry about the timeframes.
Yeah, just. Councilwoman Rudin has the floor, so I want to just make sure she's drained. Whatever she
Yeah,
wants to say.
yes, I'd like to continue on with the discussion on a time frame. This is just insane. I've been pushing 4 different ordinances for months and it's always stuck someplace.
Well, again, going to the motivations, we really shouldn't go there, but.
I didn't
You're
suggest
making-
any
no,
motivation.
You're making a good point. You're making a good point. I don't think anybody disagrees with you that we need to move this forward as fast as possible. That's actually how this whole thing started. But we're gonna have to either give it further consideration or do an up and down vote on a time limit. Mayor, you had your hand up.
Well, just with this particular Tree of Heaven ordinance, I think between 5 and 7 days, and maybe we can actually go back and look at it. But once it was suggested, I know that you already have communication from our forester and you have a lot of communication from our township engineer. So, if we looked at how long did it take them to respond also for you to read all of that, I don't think 5 to 7 days is reasonable because there are other people that have to look at it and then go to legal.
Yeah, I see both sides of this. I don't know if Councilwoman Rudin, you want to respond any further, but.
How do you deal with the fact that 4 ordinances that I have tried to move have been lingering for more than 2 months? It's not that we haven't given comment, the comment is not coming back. There was a fire pit meeting I was invited to the meeting, and then an hour before the meeting, I was told I was not
We
invited.
just heard the fire chief is coming in on October 28th.
That's irrelevant. I'm saying that there was supposed to be a process to work collaboratively with the council, with the administration, and then an hour before the meeting, we got a notice from Mr. Deteniak, I believe, saying that we were not invited, or Mr. Ramon.
Yeah,
Mr. Rivera, that we were not, we were not invited. So, you know, the process that we spent the entire last council meeting talking about working collaboratively was shut down. So I don't know, I'd like you to answer, how do we move when it has been 2 months for 4 ordinances moving nowhere and no collaboration? After there was a full meeting discussing collaboration. Why was I shut out an hour before the meeting?
I don't know.
Was that your choice?
It's not my choice.
Then who did that?
That was our office, because we should not be having council members meet with the administration like that about the ordinance. You had a discussion about the ordinance at the council meeting. Those comments were incorporated into the draft. There was a discussion with the administration about the draft. That draft was going to come back to the council.
In a normal working government, I've always heard that there is some sort of council contingency working with an administration on an ordinance, especially one that we are bringing forward.
Not meeting with the number of council members that would constitute a quorum with the administration.
It was one person. It was me.
I think there were multiple council
No, there
members on that
weren't.
email invite. There were.
You opened it, it got opened up to more people mistakenly, because I was gonna go. And then,
So it would have been 2, which would not have been
but then you invited the resident too, so.
I did not know any that this was being closed. Well, we talked about having a collaborative effort, and I did not invite the resident. The resident was accidentally on that chain, and I explained that to you. I did not invite the resident, and when I found out she was on the chain, I said this would be a government workshop, not including the resident.
Well, so where we are is, you know, that time has passed and we need to figure out where to go from here. Councilwoman Gasolino.
So in the spirit of being collaborative, which I know you've always been collaborative, Mayor, we need to get there. I mean, the fire pit ordinance, you know, I was in another meeting, so it didn't really bother me. But it like puts that level of trust, because we thought we were going to talk, we were going to get vetted out. Now the fire officials are going to come to the next meeting, and I don't know, I just think having them and that, you know, having them at the beginning of a meeting when we have other things that we have to take care of is just not a good use of our time. I think like that's why you have these little workshops, or us to come to a meeting to work these out. You know, it's just a better use of time, because then they're not stuck there at night. We don't delay our meeting, and that communication is formed and trust is formed. So I would like you to reconsider that we just meet and talk about the fire pit ordinance before the next meeting, instead of having the fire officials come. And I get it, the attorneys were there, all the township people, everybody's on an hour schedule for this meeting. And I know we tend to delay the meetings when too many people are there. I totally get that. But you had your meeting, there should be another meeting to go over the ordinance with the sponsors of the meeting, with that input, and vet that out there, so we just don't have another, you know, situation where we're tabling it at a meeting because everyone didn't have that communication ahead of time. I think it's a better use of time.
Well, can I just ask a follow-up question before get to the mayor? But a lot of other townships have committees, and they have committees of the whole, and they meet pretty much like the budget workshops that we were doing. We get everybody in a room and discuss this. And I don't know whether that was an issue for you, Mr. Rivera, of having, you know, I don't know whether it's more than, more than one or more than two council people. But if you have that meeting and the other two or three council people aren't there, they've missed that too. So.
Yeah, if I could, Council President, that meeting to discuss the ordinance is really what we're supposed to be doing right now. That initial new business meeting of, this is what we expect out of the ordinance, this is what we want, these are the concerns that we're trying to see addressed. You can have a back and forth with the administration, then it gets drafted by legal, it comes back before you for a first reading. You have any issues with that, it goes to a second reading, or it gets revised and it goes to another first reading. That's part of the issue, I think, is either that's supposed to be a committee meeting or it's supposed to be, right now, or as you suggested, maybe like a budget workshop type workshop meeting with the whole council present.
So before the mayor speaks, well, I'll just set that aside. Go ahead, Mayor.
Well, what I was going to say is that by having the chief here, I think that's the collaboration you were looking for between the information that I received at open office hours that was all shared with everyone. That had to go to the fire chief for them to review. We found out about the state ordinances, county ordinances, so it takes a while for them to compile all that. So that's why I thought that the way to resolve it, now that all the input, all the emails that went back and forth, you have the fire chief come in and give the presentation and explain
What they came
up with, right? So that was the collaboration that you're talking about. Everyone did weigh in.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, in our form of government, can't the council president have subcommittees on different things?
Oh, yeah, well, it's allowed.
And this is what we should be having these subcommittees on these various topics so that we can be much more effective and collaborative and efficient.
Our ordinance only allows committees of the whole. So you're not allowed, a lot of Faulkner Act under different charters have committees, but we are not allowed under our ordinance to have anything other than committees of the whole. So that's just basically the budget workshop, what we're doing budget workshop. So if that's what you're saying, we can have these committees of the whole. And certainly if somebody wants to take, one of the council members wants to take a particular area and informally agree to it, you could have that happen. But under our charter and under our ordinances, we can only meet as committees of the whole. So if you want to try that, we can certainly try that. The issue to me, and I've said this before, is that there is a great deal of trust that is missing in the relationship. And I don't know how you fix that, except to everybody move together into a process that everybody likes and everybody is satisfied with, but we're not getting there. We are stuck. We are stuck. And we're not going to address the issue of trust until we, I don't know, settle the litigation.
Okay,
But
so
anyway, go ahead.
the obvious problem is that we are not working collaboratively and we don't have all the decision makers in a room. So if we had a committee as a whole, wouldn't that solve that problem, where we would be able to have an opportunity to get all of the people in the room and talk?
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe what needs to be done.
Yes, but the problem with committee of the whole is it has to be a publicly noticed meeting. So
Yeah.
we're not going to sit around in the conference room. We're going to have to do it here, or we're going to have to find an exception to the Open Public Meetings Act in order to meet in executive session. And please,
Can you cite the code which says that we can't meet with committee? Because I'm not seeing that.
there's nothing allowed in our rules of council.
In the Faulkner Act, it does not prevent us from meeting with committees. So what you're basically saying is that this meeting that we have set up, that I was invited to for a Teams meeting to discuss the Rollinson, I'm not allowed to go there?
Yeah, no.
No, it's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it doesn't allow us to have a committees of three people or two people. It doesn't say that. All it says is committee of the whole, which means everybody. That's what it says. Now, maybe we can change the ordinance if that's what you think we should do, but that's where it is. The issue the issue is that the council can only take a step as a whole. We're all individuals, but we only are moving forward or effective as a whole. And that's sort of reflected in our ordinance, which says you can have these other meetings that aren't really council meetings, but they're committees of the whole, and you can do it that way. But it doesn't allow 2 or 3 people to get together and do this. Mayor.
Well, don't you think we followed that process? You put let you just stay on any one of those ordinances, you put it on for pending matters. It was discussed, everyone heard what you were discussing, we took notes and then worked with the professionals, if it wasn't the engineer or the forester or the fire chief or whatever was pertaining to the ordinances that were being proposed. That is the collaboration. I mean, it's one thing if you want to sit in a room or in a Zoom meeting, but I've tried to get all of you together to do a meeting, and that's kind of impossible to do that. So,
Well, Councilwoman Rudin is bringing up a situation where she apparently was invited and then disinvited. So I think that's part of why you're saying the collaboration and the time limits are needed. So,
Well,
so the question comes back on the ordinance that we're discussing, whether it should be time limits or not. And we need to figure out whether we're going to take our attorney's advice, which is to say that there's no time limit, and then we got to figure out what else we can do to juice the process. And the only thing I could think of is just make sure that we have accounting every council meeting as to why we're not moving this stuff forward. Again, Councilwoman Rudin is right. A lot of these things have just appear to be stuck and we don't hear anything. And I join her in wanting to move this stuff forward as much as possible, but it's just not moving at this point. And I think it comes down to trust, and we're not going to move forward on the trust, I think, until we get this litigation settled.
I don't think that this is so much, I mean, yes, trust is clearly an issue with this body, but the issue is that the process is not being followed. We want to be involved with the officials and the heads of department to be able to discuss our concerns, their concerns, get it done, and then share it with our council colleagues.
Yeah, and
that's what I feel we're being locked out of.
Well, I don't think that was the intent of Mr. Rivera and Mr. Burke of whatever happened there, that you seem to have been invited but then disinvited. I don't think that was their intention. I think they had other concerns, but again, I come back to, are we going to try to put a time limit on, see if we can vote on it or not? Councilwoman.
so moving forward, and I was disinvited too. Both of us were kicked out of that meeting.
Misunderstood, sorry.
And no, that's okay. But again, the easiest, simplest, and I'm going to talk to the mayor and the administration is let us, if we're going to go through pending matters, I thought we had a great process where Mr. Rivera took all those notes, compiled them, and you were having your meeting. And that's okay if you don't want us there at that particular meeting, but there needs to be a follow-up meeting with what you came up with us before whoever the committee we decide amongst ourselves before the next meeting. Because then it's just, the Madam Clerk is noticing ordinances, advertising ordinances, and then we table them, and that's a whole nother process. Correction notice, and it costs money. So I think for that reason alone, I have no problem with my colleague if we could sit with the fire chief and could have a quick conversation with them before the next meeting. There might be something that's not understood on our side that may be picked up and could be corrected before the next meeting, and then then it's ready for first reading. I think that would just help the situation. But again, too, and we shouldn't put things forward to you unless it doesn't have the approval with pending matters. I think we also need to, get it squared away in pending matters before we move it to you as well. So you're not wasting your time on something that we're all not, we don't have the support on. So I think that's the fairest way to do it. And as far as timetables, maybe 30 days should be enough.
So I guess legally speaking, you could have two council people in a meeting with the administration, right? That would not violate.
That's
On the other hand, you could have a committee of the whole and have everybody together publicly noticed. Doesn't sound like there's much interest in that.
If I could, Council President, it's the other issue too is to your point about the committee, the whole issue is that really these discussions about what do we want in this ordinance and what's the feedback from the administration, that should be done in public like this. Like that's the point of the Open Public Meetings Act is that we shouldn't be having those meetings with just the administration, in an office somewhere with the council member. It should be now, this discussion we're having now about what do we want out of this change to the ordinance for the process for passing ordinances. That's the discussion we're having now, and it's in public, and we're going back and forth and giving feedback, and like, this is what we're supposed to be doing.
Excuse me, I have to laugh because you weren't here for the cannabis ordinance. That was like following the ping pong ball. It was crazy.
Madam Clerk.
And I just wanted to extend on that as far as, the Open Public Meetings Act. If two council members are meeting with the administration and department heads and whoever they meet with, how are they getting that information back to their colleagues? Because that's not appropriate to bring it back and to discuss and say, okay, we're going to do this or we're not going to do this. That all has to be in public as well. So there's a chance there that, it could be a violation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on the facts of how everything's communicated and what happens, but.
Then we'll just have crazy time up here every meeting. I mean, there's got to be a streamlined process. I refuse to think that this is that difficult.
It's crazy.
Been sitting here a long time and this is really frustrating me now. I just really feel that last meeting we could have been at, and we wouldn't be having a discussion now because we would have came to the conclusion, either remove the fire ordinance forward. The problem with that ordinance in particular is that and the fire chief will talk to us. He feels very strong that the state statute is strong enough because it's all about enforcement. And then there we go. There's the ball's coming back to your court, Mayor, because sometimes enforcement always isn't always satisfactory. And then, you have an officer goes to a resident's home and the answer is, well, it's, we don't have anything on the books. Okay, so then we go to put something on the books and, well, then that's not good enough. So where do we find that happy medium? I think is in one of these other meetings. Otherwise, we're here all night long getting absolutely nothing accomplished.
Yes. Councilwoman Rudin was the
I
next.
also find this a little bit absurd because we don't have that whole process when resolutions are presented to us 4 days before our council meeting. There's been no discussion, no back and forth, no information. We get a fait accompli, and there's really, your questions may or may not be answered. So why is there two deliberative processes?
Because one's an ordinance and one's a resolution.
No,
A resolution,
okay, I'm
you can
just
pass a
saying,
resolution right now.
An ordinance, let's just say an ordinance. We get ordinances that have a lot to digest. We get it in just a few days with nobody to talk to, really. You ask a question. I had it last night at 5 o'clock say, hey, we haven't even gotten our answers back. Where's the conversation going on for all of those ordinances? And yet there has to be such a lengthy discussion when we want to put up something.
Well, but of course, we don't see, I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if anybody else wanted to speak, but we don't go through we don't know what the process is because we're not part of the process when the administration puts together a lot of their ordinances.
That's
And that's
right.
why it happens. But again, it's communication and collaboration. Those words keep coming up.
Well, they do, and that's
Mayor.
why, and even why Pete Smeraldo put up the OneDrive so people can leave their questions there for people to answer. And there were timeframes on when you're supposed to get an answer.
Well,
That's the complaint that.
that's the ideal.
Councilwoman.
That's the
Yes,
ideal.
that's the theory. Yes.
That's the theory.
And-
That's not working. I put in my question Sunday and I didn't get an answer until I reminded at 5 o'clock on Wednesday for me to now digest all of the pages of questions that I asked.
So,
Well-
Council President, what I was going to say though, before I said that, was about if you have something on pending matters and let's just say the fire pits, then that's the time, just the way Zashabeth sits here and has to answer all these questions about the resolutions, have the people that involved with whatever you're asking, that's when you're having this public comment.
Yes, I
Right?
know, but I think Councilwoman Castellino makes a very good point. If we have to discuss all 4 ordinances at the same time in an evening, we will be here till 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that's why
Yep.
when I spoke with Mr. Rivera, and Mr. Burke, they were saying, maybe you guys should think about a committee of the whole and discuss this at a different time. But it's, instead of putting all the time in one evening and well into the morning, we do, 1 week,
Mhm.
1 week we do this, and another week, the next week we do this.
At that time, or else you'll have all the administration people that are pertinent to your proposals sitting here waiting to be heard.
Yeah, we've got to, I think there's ways to improve the process because there should have been, I don't know why Chief Vecchio isn't here tonight to talk about the fire pit ordinance, but we've missed that.
Because he's scheduled on October 28th.
I know, but there's no reason for him to be scheduled October 28th when we have a meeting on October 16th. That's what I'm saying.
Be here. I saw him.
Oh, okay, so you
that
know.
The other night, yeah, he couldn't be here. He wanted, but he had something, another. Something.
I have a question. I would like to know the council's opinion of the OneDrive, because there is a lot of work that goes into that. And if it's not working, then why are we bothering with it?
I don't know when, I know Councilwoman Rudin said 5 o'clock yesterday was when it got on there, but I think the answers all consolidated were up there before 5 o'clock.
I
No?
looked for them.
Because
No, I looked for them.
Because I didn't even get I didn't even
No,
get an
they
email that
weren't
says
there.
all the information
That's
is up.
right.
online.
That's
They weren't
right.
there,
They
'cause I
weren't
kept
there.
looking.
I sent an email at 5 to Pete and a few minutes later, everything went up. So no, the OneDrive is great. It's very helpful. I
Yes.
appreciate the whole
Yes.
I
bill
think it is
list.
too.
It's very good.
Yes.
It's just that when we have questions,
Get.
we need to get them answered before 12 hours before a meeting.
Well, again, the
gotta
way
get
it was
it
set
done
up,
Friday.
theoretically, it's a much better process in theory than it has been in execution. We're supposed to have 2 different time periods for the legislation. There's supposed to be a period ending a week before the council meeting that we should be getting most of. I know you're shaking your head. I'm just telling you, that's what the theory is to get most of it a week ahead, and that gives the administration time to answer and we can read the answers. And then because engineering often has shorter time periods, that's primarily what we're supposed to be getting just before the meeting. But it's not working out, and I don't know why, but we had this weird thing. I thought this past Monday was a holiday for town employees, and it didn't turn out to be, so I was a day.
Town hall was closed.
Was right?
Yeah, you're right about that.
People are.
But everybody was emailing. It looked like a regular day.
Catching up.
Dedicated employee.
That's what they are.
Wow. Well, so I think perhaps we need to be more disciplined. When I say we, I think maybe everybody to be more disciplined about sending out the memo that says, here are your time periods, and then trying as much as possible to stick to it. Because the one thing that just drives me crazy is when we don't get our answers in enough time to synthesize and process what we're going to say.
And then to ask the follow-up question from from the response or non-response.
Yeah. So I think perhaps we need to be clear on the memo, to try to speed this up and maybe try to, if we're not going to have committees of the whole, then try to load up the new business section with discussions of ordinances. And maybe just having that process where we're talking about them every council meeting will put additional pressure on wherever the choke points are. They seem to frequently be on the local side. So anyway, Councilwoman Rubin.
So Tree of Heaven, you said this is with the attorney. When is it going to be released so that we can look at it?
We can send him a follow-up and ask about it. It's not my office, so I can't tell you.
Okay. So just so that you know, there have been changes on our side. So now it needs to go back to, I mean, I would like to see it. So can you see if we can get that?
I will ask for it. I guess if you have changes, can you send the most recent
Yes.
version so that we can make sure that they have
Yes.
the most recent version? Sure.
And the fire pit, I mean, we have to wait for another 2 weeks just to meet with Chief Vecchio. Is it possible that Michelle and I can meet with him and kind of move this along so that we can get it up for first reading?
I guess, I mean, this is the issue, is that conversation is supposed to be in public. You're supposed to be having that conversation in public right now to say, this is our concerns, this is why you shouldn't adopt it.
So just this ordinance that I did not propose, which had laid out the whole time frame, said that the department heads give us their written feedback. So then what do we do with that from that point on? You're saying we can't have a meeting with them.
That's supposed to come to the next council meeting, have those comments. If you have concerns about those comments, ask those individuals to be here so that they can discuss it with you and have it up for first reading, or not have it up for first reading, table it.
There's really no easy way. It really isn't.
It's like having a baby. Councilwoman Scott.
Can you use half of your meeting to do the council of the whole part? Like if we had something that we needed to discuss and we needed to have the department heads in, can you use half of the meeting to do that committee thing and then the other half to get the business done?
We'll never get anything done.
It's 11:30 now.
Yeah, let's be realistic.
Committee of the whole would meet separately. We're essentially a committee of the whole now.
We could do a workshop
what the
meeting.
law allows, yes, is this different, less formal type of process where you can consider a particular function or particular legislations.
Well, if it means we're gonna get this done, why don't we have a committee of the whole meeting before 2 weeks from now? and
We
get it
we
done?
can try that. If you want to start meeting basically every week, that's what we would be doing. 'cause you-
No, it doesn't have to be every week, but when we have things like.
Just
this,
when we
we
have
get
something.
done, you know, periodically.
Yeah, but we've got
As
four,
needed.
we've got 4 ordinances. We're gonna talk about at least one more. So this is something that's gonna happen pretty frequently if that's the way you wanna do it. You can either stack it on one day and have it run into the morning, or we can try to break it up.
Or I have an idea.
Oh, Councilwoman Scarpa.
I just think it makes sense to just like get things done and have a meeting, an hour committee of the whole, you know, on a certain day that week, and when all the rest of the people who are decision makers can come in and talk and thrash it out.
If they're
It's crazy.
available.
This whole process to me is no business could ever operate.
Councilwoman.
Well, part of the problem in defense of the administration is when they tell you they can't put it into ordinance because it's not enforceable, you guys push back, you know, so that's part of it. So when they give us their advice and what they can and can't do, you know, we got to respect that too. And again, I don't want to debate this all night because this is now like, you know, killing time here. But, you know, there has to be, you know, reasonable, you know, there has to be reason on both sides. So when like, for example, fire chief's gonna tell you that because I talked to him the other night, they don't have many calls for this. They've had 4 calls. And he'll give you the stats and all. So you could listen to that information, or you don't have to listen to that information. But again, and that's where we've been debating this for 40 minutes now, and I appreciate that. So if you want to get into debates and stand your ground on certain situations, then you have to do in a workshop, because these meetings run too long. Because ideally, what I would do is they met amongst themselves with the administration. It's going to come back to us, maybe not put it on first reading, maybe put it back in pending matters for review of us to look at it, and then give final comments one last time and do it that way. I mean, maybe you put in the ordinance, we pose to them, they have 30 days to get it back to us, we get on pending matters, and then we're either ready for it to go the next meeting, or we bounce it back to them. Or, again, to do a workshop meeting, you would have to, how many times are we gonna make them come out at night? So it could either be during the day, it would have to be during the day. That's why, Mayor, the part that's easier is to get the working group with the town employees during the day, but it has to be for a quick hour, not hold them up for 2 hours, which happens. So again, I don't know what to tell you. It's getting late, and I just don't know what to tell you.
We gotta make the,
Gotta
we
make
gotta
it
make the meetings more efficient, and I'm trying, but I'm largely failing.
I would just like to ask Mr. Detiniak how he's seen it work in other towns.
So, sorry. I've seen the subcommittees, like you'll have a governance committee, which I believe that Mr. Rivera brought up the last time he was here. And those typically do move legislation through, because you have a small group sort of hash these things out with the department heads or whoever they request to come to the meetings. And these aren't public meetings because there's no quorum. But as Council President said, and it is in Chapter 3 of the code, that we have the committees of as a whole. So that option is not there. It would just be a public workshop meeting. I don't have a solution for this because, there's obviously a disconnect right now. I think we all realize that with the governing body and the legal department. But I believe Mr. Rivera, when he sort of pushed back, his reasoning is that he doesn't want something created by the governing body that is not going to stand up to, I don't know, what would be the right term?
Judicial scrutiny.
Yeah. So I understand that's why the need for the legal department to make sure that they're drafting the ordinances and reviewing that. I don't know. I can understand your viewpoint of like, is there a time limit on these things so that it doesn't just sit by the wayside? But I think we need to give you our comments when it comes to Fire Pit and Tree of Heaven. And do you agree, Mayor? We'll give our comments and, whether we believe that there should be an ordinance or not. And then I guess ultimately it's up to, if you want to put it up there,
That's right.
you're the ones that vote on it. So.
Yes, but that already happened. That's what I was saying, that when we had the conversation, the forester already weighed in, and now the engineer already weighed in for you to consider what they have to say. So maybe you say to the legal department not to exceed 1 month or something, like give a time frame. If you said to put a deadline on it.
I just want to say, after listening to this, I feel more strongly than ever that all the decision makers should be in the room, the lawyers, the directors, and us, and it should be a committee, and we should get it done. This moving back and forth for 3 months is the craziest thing I've ever seen. A business would go bankrupt if they operated like this. The decision makers with all the information have to be in the room. They need to brainstorm. They need to air out what all the problems are, and they need to be talking to one another. And I strongly recommend that we do whatever we need to do to have a committee of the whole with the directors and the legal involved and get this done.
And that's done in public.
I don't care how it's done.
No.
I don't care if it's in public or whatever, but
It could be in
we need to be in the
virtual-
room.
Wait, one at a
Right, but
time.
it's still.
Councilwoman.
Yes,
Richards.
I don't care whether it's in public. I don't care where it is, but it needs to be done with all the people talking to one another in the room.
Who had their hands up? Mayor,
Well,
please.
I understand what you're trying to do, and that sounds like the right way to go. That would be a meeting, but I don't think you're going to come to a reasonable decision even after that meeting, because there's still research that has to get done. You're just compiling all the information.
But it's like, as long as everybody would understand the issues more clearly.
But I think everyone did understand the issue.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
I don't know what the objections are. I don't know what anybody else is thinking. I have
Well,
no
that's why
idea.
the chief is coming in, and like I said, he would have been here tonight. He's coming in for that particular ordinance.
So then we'll just wait for
Then
the
you
chief
have to
to
wait for
come
the
in.
chief. We'll wait for
Seems
the
silly
chief.
to wait 2 weeks, but if that's what. we
I
have
don't
to do.
understand why Michelle and I can't meet with him, discuss what his concerns are, take it back and discuss it with the others.
That's why.
How about
right
putting
there.
it in writing?
You're not allowed to do that. That's
How
why
about
you're
if it
not
was in
allowed to do
writing?
that.
You're not
That
allowed
ha-
to talk to your council colleagues?
No,
You're
not public business. It has to be
Figure it
done
out.
in an open public meeting.
All right, so we do
Otherwise,
it.
you're in violation.
What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? Well, it is a state statute, but other than that.
Okay, for an ordinance, not for resolution.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so that's, are you listening, ladies? Because of the ordinance. If the resolution's different than an ordinance, that's why. That's what you're saying, Mr. Burke?
Yeah, I mean, if the council wanted to pass a resolution right now, you can pass a resolution from the floor right now. So it's a different issue with, a resolution versus an ordinance.
I'm done
You
with
had the floor.
this.
Oh, you're
So-
changing the subject?
Well, I don't want to get into conversation because it's 11:35 and everybody's tired. But as we're trying to figure this out, we have other pressing issues. I know you guys get tied up with ordinances. I attended the BDA meeting, and I appreciate the mayor and Megan's on the committee. And we gotta, we have to spend time because we need to figure out how to move public works off of Lakeside Avenue. And I wanted the mayor to update all of you. It's very time consuming because there's a lot of information. And, in a meeting, whether you do 2 at a time to come in and.
Well, you just passed the demolition. Mayor.
Yes.
You just passed the demolition of Biddleman property so that they can move forward. Matrix New World, you just passed that. I have a meeting set up with next Friday with DEP because of our BDA, with DEP because there is a new grant coming out that is supposed to help with demolition. We're not sure the timing of the grant. This is a conversation Mr. Detiniak and I are having, that if Matrix wants to move ahead and we want to demolish. Now, this is back on Lakeside Avenue. This is the new BDA on Lakeside Avenue to demolish the Barton Press building.
Yes.
Between the remediation and the demolition, that's still close to $4 to $5 million. So even if the town were to put the funding up to do that, I want to know if the grant that DEP is coming out with, they said it's about demolition, but can we get reimbursed if we do it first? So that meeting is next Friday. It's just a Zoom call. That's meeting next Friday. So we are trying to move ahead.
I know, but there's a lot more information, like we have to get capital budget, we gotta get across the parking lot situated. So yeah, I don't want to talk about that now because it's late, but whether it's in workshop form, we need to have conversations because we have to get monies approved. We have to figure out how we're gonna get this done in a timely manner.
It's not till next Friday, so I would have more
Okay, so
information
after
to share
next
with you
Friday?
for next Friday.
Well, maybe we have more special meetings as Councilwoman Scarpa is suggesting. But this whole discussion in new business started out with whether we should have timeframes within the proposed ordinance to try to speed up the process. And perhaps one of the things we can do is to push stuff forward harder. And maybe that's the role of the council president, whoever's going to be next year, to just keep pushing every 2 or 3 days, say, when are we going to get this stuff? When are we going to do this? And I know everybody in legal and in the administration, they got a million things to do. And that's part of the process. That's part of the reason why we're not getting this, because they've got other priorities. And whereas we'd like the ordinances to be priorities for us, you guys are running $100 million business. So, but maybe that's what we try to do. And maybe we get some settlement of the litigation and things can go back more to normal. So we need to decide what we're going to do on that ordinance to try to speed up the process. Do we want to take a vote on time frame, or do we want to not take the lawyer's advice, say don't put it in the time frame, and just try to push this stuff more? Because I know if I tell myself every 2 or 3 days I got to push to see where all this stuff is, maybe that'll speed things up. I don't know.
I'm comfortable with 15 days. I think 2 weeks is enough.
I
15
don't.
days. 15, and if, yes, a few things have to slide once in a while, but most things should be done in 15 days. Most things are not that complicated.
That is true, but I think Mr. Burke has a very good point that sometimes things are complicated. Things are.
That'll be the exception, I think, not the rule.
But if it's in the ordinance that says you got to do it in 15 days, we don't have any leeway. That's part of their concern. Because you can't always fit the ordinance process into a strict time frame. That's their point.
It's government, it runs fast.
Yeah.
Let's play the system.
So
Not to exceed.
So we need to make a motion. Sounds like we have 2 people who want time frame, 2 people who don't want a time frame. I guess we can make a motion.
Yeah, don't bother. Let's just move forward.
I think
More
We could
state-
see if we could have a workshop.
more
I
state-
think
I
that's
think
the
we
answer.
made our sentiments known to the administration. And, if you could oblige us without having to put, a time frame on you, that would be appreciated. So we don't have to continue having these conversations. And then we need to be more mindful of what we send them to. That there's support from everybody too. So we'll do that in pending matters.
Yeah, we got a lot on our plate now. I think we're gonna have to, the best way to do it is to throw in some special meetings.
Yeah.
We've got so much on our plate.
Well, hopefully there's a special meeting soon.
Okay, so we'll try to move the process ordinance forward without timeframes. And just get the council president to really push hard to keep this stuff moving.
I think that's a good idea.
Well, it's the best one, relatively speaking. Okay, so do we need to take a vote on that? Or we're okay? Okay,
Okay.
all right. So Mr. Burke, I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay.
Is there anything else tonight?
Yes, just one thing. I would like to make sure that one member of the public can come to that meeting. Because I keep getting emails from Mr. Smeraldo saying that something else, and I would just like to make sure that I can bring one representative of the community to discuss the Rollinson issue. You're the decider. Is that okay with you? What do you mean you will ask? He asked you.
Talking about the parking meeting on Rollins?
Yes,
Okay, I thought you were already invited to that.
I am invited to that. I'm asking if one member of the public can represent the community and be there at the meeting.
I would say no, because one person from the community does not represent, one resident does not represent the community.
There already is a representative in that community. That's Joy Burnett. She has been coordinating all of this with the
Decades.
community. She knows the issues inside out. She would be the person who I would recommend to be the representative. And she can get consent from the others who were here. Everybody came because of her.
I say no, I would say no.
Why?
It's a decision that you have to make. You have to listen.
I'm sorry?
You're listening to, you're going to go to what? To go to a meeting and talk about parking or the feasibility study or all the comments that we just heard today?
Not talking about the feasibility study, just to have a continued conversation on the issues and how we can best address and what quick fixes we can do without waiting for your contract with DT.
I don't think we're waiting for that because we've heard enough. And I stated myself that immediately after that meeting, I did speak to the engineering department about doing this full radius parking permits. That was the main thing. Everyone seems to be ignoring the one-way streets, which would provide us with 350 more parking spaces,
Yep.
which is what everyone's asking for. So I don't know that one person from the community is going to represent, one resident is going to represent the community.
I think it's important to have one person who can then go back to the community and explain what happened. And it really allows them to feel like they're included in the process because those people, none of them were in attendance at the open house. And very few people, I know it was nicely attended, but very few people, if any people from that entire area were aware of it.
If I could, what's the downside
There's-
of having a resident there
To shed some light.
to sort of perform a liaison to people on her street as opposed to any of us who don't live anywhere near there? It's
And don't know the issues as well as they do.
yeah, and she's got a long memory. She
has a-
remembered me. She remembered
2009.
my first term. But that would be my question. What harm could it possibly be? If it turns out to be some sort of trouble, you know, you have a say because you're
I do
the
have to
mayor.
say, and I hear how frustrated she is. So that's why I would want someone to come to the meeting that is more open mind, that can listen, because their minds are already made up. That for some reason, they don't like the one ways, which would provide the parking that they're asking for. So you need, if someone's going to come, it has to be someone that's going to have an open mind that would listen to both sides.
You also need somebody who is an expert, and this is not the only issue of concern. There are 10 issues that they have raised, and I outlined all 10 points. We don't have to agree on all of them. And the community may not win on all of the issues, but they should be there to voice what their concerns are and what their experiences are.
They deserve to be heard.
If I could, Council President, that's why we really need to do these committee meetings in public so that people can give input and it could be all out in public instead of having just one person there as a representative of the public.
Thank you.
What's the point of having the working session then?
That would be the point of it, to then have those discussions in public so that people can hear it and be aware of it and come to the meeting if they want to come to the meeting.
And you're having a workshop, you post where it is, that Karen.
It has more than
clerk is
two
going to have
council
to announce
members. It has to be a public meeting.
Mhm.
We were only planning on having 2.
Can I make a
Sure,
recommendation?
sure.
So Mayor, I think this has worked in the past. I think scrap the meeting Monday unless you want it for your, just make it for your directors to formulate a plan. Have something at Hazel Avenue School for the community. Invite the community so they could all have the opportunity, have the police department there, the directors there, and
I would prefer that.
yeah, and then.
It's a community meeting.
And,
Yeah.
and present.
Makes sense.
And present, not that you have to have dynamic traffic or someone from the police department to present the information about what you want to do with the one ways and why.
Mhm.
So they can understand how you're picking up all the parking spots. But by that time, when you go have the community meeting, make sure, you know, there's been contact with Seton Hall. Cheers. With Seton Hall, that, you know, they're taking care of their issues
They
as
should be
well.
there.
I mean, at the
They
end
should
of the
have
day,
a representative there from Seton Hall.
Master has told us, we've met with them numerous times.
I
The
know.
Master has told us, tow the cars. So the one person that complained about it being in the driveway, that car should have been called in and it could have been towed or ticketed, whatever they did.
The police are not being directed to do that. The police are being told to leave the cars of the students.
No, they're
And then they
not.
call
they
the
are.
school.
Because.
Wait, just one at a time. Hold on. Let's let Councilwoman finish and then. you
The
can-
story that we are being told is that a student car that is illegally parked. The police then call the school and find out whose car it is and deal with it that way. Whereas if it was a resident car, it would automatically be
If
ticketed.
it's illegally parked, it either gets ticketed or towed.
That's not what's happening. That's what we're trying to address.
Is that what
it
the
is, 'cause
response is?
Well,
The response is that it's a public street. So that can't discriminate if it's a student or a resident. That's why I'm looking at parking permits.
That's what we need,
That's
permit
what you
parking.
need, right?
Well, before we leave tonight, we should agree whether we're gonna try to
Do an ordinance.
create an ordinance
we
to
should.
allow permit parking.
Yeah.
Yes.
We absolutely
Yeah.
should. That,
Yeah.
they've been
We
asking
don't
for
create it,
decades.
And I create it. We don't. create
Okay,
it.
that's what we'd like. We'd like an ordinance to allow permit parking in all of the areas from Rollinson, all of Rollinson, and then straight across the valley.
Council President, I will do is send you what the chief sent me as soon as I ask this question, and then that's how we can start this.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but we need to take action tonight so that we can start that ball rolling.
Right.
So
I don't think it has to be an ordinance. I think we just need to get it done. We don't need an ordinance to do that.
Let's
you
get
don't
an
need an
ordinance.
ordinance for permit parking?
No, you do.
You
I
do.
think You do.
You need an ordinance. You need an ordinance.
Didn't do it for any others.
Yeah, we did.
Oak Ridge.
Yeah. And why not have it? There's no damn.
Yeah, we did.
Guys, we, one at a time, please. If for no other reason than me, I can't follow four people talking at the same time. So mayor has the floor and then I'll call on you. Councilwoman.
I didn't see that it needed to be the ordinance. I'm just saying that we just need to get it done. And we'll have the engineer look at the radius that the chief has recommended, and that's it, and then we do it.
Councilwoman.
To start.
So there is gonna be one, and just prepare for it, because I'm supporting the permits too. Is you have a lot of multifamilies on that street, so
The house gets.
there's gonna be some illegal apartments on there, and that could be a way where but you're gonna have pushback from some of the residents. Don't they have to vote, or what's in our ordinance? Do we have them vote on if they want the permits or not? Because I believe, well, we gotta ask Ms. Carbala, because I believe the other streets voted for it.
Luddington did, right?
When they get 75% of the people.
You gotta get 75% of the residents. So there is a process, there is a mechanism in place for us.
Yeah, but that's no ordinance number. The 75
we
is
should
just an
still do it.
arbitrary number
Yeah.
that's been used for years and years. There's nothing in our
That's the
ordinances.
survey of Queen
Yeah,
Street.
listen, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to throw it all out there. Just be prepared, because there's always people that pop up and we go in one direction, and then those people come to the meeting, and then all of a sudden everybody pivots. So that's why I think the community meeting, to hear more people out, you should get done sooner than later.
So what have we agreed to in terms of permit parking for everything on Rollinson East? Is that what we're,
Everything on
but
the-
Rollinson goes down a way,
Right, on the.
He lost-
way past Alphabet Street.
Right,
Yeah.
and then we need to also have permit parking on the other side where Park Street is,
Yeah.
and all of those.
Where
those
Anabar
also need to be
goes.
permit parking, and there needs to be a process set up whereby if you have a driveway, you
Mhm.
do not get priority.
That's right. We have to prioritize people who don't have driveways.
The
You could-
first
that could
priority
be the
goes to
ordinance.
People who don't have or
That's
have
maybe that's why we need
driveways.
an ordinance.
And then the other thing is that we need to change our ordinance so that the parking from the stop sign is less than 50 feet. And that is according to state ordinance, and you can do it, and you can check that. You're allowed to do less than 50 feet by local ordinance. Yes, you can do that.
You can do that, but you can't put that everywhere, because if there's a curve in the road, I'm gonna tell you now, because where I live, you come around the bend and those cars are right there. They should be 50 feet. So
Well, then there's.
that's gonna be up to the engineer. I don't want to make a blanket
All of those
ordinance.
streets
One at a
are
time.
our street.
One at a time, please.
Yeah, that should be up to the engineer. I don't feel comfortable making those decisions. If she makes that recommendation, that's her recommendation. But that's not our job. That's her job to make that recommendation, because there's a reason for that. Okay,
So it sounds like we've got two different ordinances or that we're now talking
Right.
about, permits and the 50 feet from the stop sign.
Right, we do not want 50 feet. I think you can change it to 25 feet or 20.
I think it's 20.
So if we can change it to 20 feet, that's what, 20 feet is still
We're gonna have to look
a
at
lot.
the statute, that's.
no, I know, but let her do that determination. I'm not gonna go. That should come from the
That's an ordinance that comes
engineer.
from us.
Yeah, but,
No.
but again, it comes from us under the recommendation of the engineer. Because there may be in some situations, you want to do it for the whole area. I get that. But I'm telling you, where I live in certain spots, if it was only 20 feet, you're going to hit that car. So that should be up to what she deems
Yeah.
appropriate, not what we deem. That's her job. That's not our job. So that's number one. I am supportive of that, but she has to go make that determination. In regards to the driveways versus I think if you have a driveway, they need to use it. And because but again, if I do have a driveway and I have a couple kids in my house and they all have a car, I'm not going to tell people they can't park on the street. They're allowed to have a permit per house. So you can't deny people for owning a property and not being able to park in front of their house. Because then those people could say, well, if you don't have driveway, can you make one on your property too? So there's always that argument as well. So yeah, it's got to be fair and balanced across the whole region. But I think to the mayor's point, folks also need to listen, because you're going to pick up a lot of parking spots down there by doing the one way. And I don't understand why. I would like to hear from the community why they think that's going to be so detrimental for them. I mean,
Because the people with driveways don't want the extra route around the block. The other thing is, a lot of these properties down there, as you point out, have multiple residents, have multiple tenants. And the way that they do that is they keep their own driveway for their tenants, but then they can also park out on the street. That's what happens. I think if you go around at 1 AM to a lot of these neighborhoods, you'll see that they're using the driveway, but they're also using the street parking.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, we can't legislate private property like that. Tell someone, we're not going to be able to tell someone if they can or cannot use their driveway.
We're not telling them not to use their driveway. We're telling them to use their driveway.
Right, but I'm saying you can't tell them to use
Not
them.
to use the
It's their
street.
private property.
That's a big problem, and we have to be fair. People who have driveways should be parking in the driveway.
That's right.
It's just fair. People who
It
have
may,
no
it sounds
driveways.
like
But it
common
may not be
sense, but I
legal.
don't think, right, I don't think we can, but that's the thing.
You're right, it's fair, but it
It's-
may not be legal or
it's-
constitutional.
It doesn't necessarily work.
Well,
That's where
I'd
we
like
need a
to know
lawyer.
Whether it's not constitutional, because if it's not, that's another whole issue.
So
I don't think.
Okay.
if I may, Council President,
Please.
in order to keep trying to move things along, do you want us to look at the 50 feet from a stop sign and the necessity of an ordinance for parking permits, or whether that can be done a
Yes.
different way, and whether we can include a driveway requirement in that
Yes.
for the next meeting?
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
great.
Okay.
And
And then obviously we need input from the engineer.
Yes.
I can't opine on,
Right.
the
Choose.
traffic patterns and things like that, but we can look at the constitutionality and the legality of it.
okay. Sounds good. Did we drain this?
Yeah, I think we got a plan.
Well, Councilwoman Ruden's gonna catch a plane, so you're gonna have to.
There you
She's all ready to go. I've never seen that before. You've had a long day. Okay, motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second?
That's all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The meeting is adjourned at 12. o'clock, midnight.
Oh, it's just 10:30.